Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Good morning! Hi! Hi! Oh my goodness! It's so good to see you! Hi, Carrot! Hi, Ryan! Hi, Fire! Hi! Congratulations on getting first! This is so awesome! How are you guys? How are you guys? Happy Tuesday! Lex is like, I woke up, but don't even worry. Don't even worry. I woke up. I woke up at such a normal, regular person hour, and I've been so productive today. Do you believe me? But it's okay. I'm here now. I'm here now. Um, Hi. 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 Oh, model is a little silly today. Don't look at that. Hi. Hi. You guys like Hearthstone? Have you guys ever raise your hand if you've ever played Hearthstone before? I'm a Battlegrounds enjoyer from Hearthstone. But I think they got an update a little bit ago and I haven't played it yet and I'm really excited. I love Hearthstone. Once I supposed to be editing, and I can't even say I'm not because I worked hard. I'll boot that up eventually. Oh, Carrot. Carrot. I feel like you're a little too hard on yourself. I feel like I was in Kiwawa's chat earlier and you said you had to leave to go edit or something. So surely, surely you've done plenty by now. Bearing my hand right now. Oh, you're like sitting on it, like tucked it under your thighs. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like Hearthstone is one of those games that like everybody's played at least once, but maybe it's just the type of people I'm friends with are the little nerds who would who would play Hearthstone. I had Hearthstone like the app in high school, and in between classes I would like try to sneak in little games. But that was normal mode. I don't really play normal mode anymore cuz it's scary. It's scary. It's scary and I don't have enough cards for it. But Battlegrounds, you don't even have to worry about that. Banger. Wishes of Glasses Hearthstone. Oh, I didn't know you had a lisp like that, Jarge. Also, hi, Jarge. Good morning. I've seen gameplay of it, but never played it. Oh, Fire, can I be honest with you? You, you had the little first time chatter like box around your name, so I just assumed you were John into Hearthstone. Wait, so has nobody played it before? I was kind of hoping there would be some little some little backseaters in chat. Backseating is not it's not only welcome at this particular stream, it's actually we're desperate for it. I'm desperate for backseaters, so if you have any information, please send it my way. Mhm. This guy? What do you mean this guy? I remember what you mean. I think you read it wrong and said I was unable to edit. Or I said I was unable to edit and have a stream open at the same time, so I'd have to do it later. Oh. Yeah, maybe that's what the confusion. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what you said. I just remember you said something and then you said, "I'm sorry, little one." And then I was like, "Oh, I guess that means he's got to go." Sigh. First time chatter? Have we not spoke before? Nutty. Um, I I don't know. Maybe in like a collab stream or something. But I didn't know you had the fancy little box around your name. Hi, shrimp. Oh my goodness. Hi, cute emote. Oh, cute emote. I was gonna say I want I want fried shrimp, but I haven't had it in so long. I don't even know if I would like it. I think realistically, I want fried chicken. That sounds so good. I played until a little after Cthulhu came out. You stopped playing when Cthulhu came out? That's when I started playing. I had a mage Cthulhu deck and I went crazy sicko mode on everyone. And then when they got rid of Cthulhu, I was like, shoot, I don't know how to play anymore. And then I stopped until a card named Galacrond came out, who is also just a big giant god figure that you buff up. And then I was like, oh my god, we're so back. And so I had a rogue Galacrond deck. And I was like, yeah. I was stunting on everyone. And then they phased Galacrond out. And I was like, shoot, I don't know how to play anymore. So that's been my cycle. If I get really into it and I have a really mean deck whenever there is a big baddie that I can beef up. But if there's not a big baddie to beef up, then I just really don't know how to make any decks. So that's why I play Battlegrounds. Cause you don't really have to build a deck. You kinda just try your best. It's like auto chess. Is that is this making sense? Am I just yapping? I have been told before when I'm streaming. Thank you. I've been told before when I'm streaming Hearthstone that um it's more of just ASMR. Like oh she's talking a lot and I don't know what she's talking about, but I'm here for it. And so shout out to all you little chatters who don't know what's going on. Let's still stick around. I said I can't have you stream and DaVinci open at the same time, so I have to execute it now. I'm sorry, little one. Oh, I guess I misunderstood that. I remember my 8 health taunt trees I would bully with. Oh, I don't think you can bully with 8 health anymore. um, maybe the game's changed a little bit. Nice to meet you. Oh my goodness. My goodness, so cute. I wanted to make a... What? Georgie, what does that even mean? There's no... There's not really any sussy cards. Um... um... Can I just hear what your idea was? Card game ASMR! Oh, ASMSR. What's the extra S stand for? What does ASMR stand for? I forgot. Is it like auditory stimulation? Meow. Rar. Tentacle cards? Oh. I don't really know of any tentacle cards other than Cthulhu, but I support your idea. Anything can be sus if you try hard enough. Okay, well, I don't think I'm trying that hard, but I will keep this in mind. That's cringe. I feel like it is. No, no, I love it. I love seeing stream streaks. I, when I see the little fire symbol, it makes me go yippee yippee yippee. Audio something or other. Oh, you heard it here first. It stands for audio something or other. All right, here's some audio something or others. My mic sounds perfect for ASMR. Thank you. I do have a good mic. Um, it's a Shure. Shoot, it's like an M7 plus. I don't know. It's something like that. ASMR is on my docket of things to do, but I need to soundproof my room a little bit nicer. I'm on a 27 right now. Does it tell you? I thought it only told you if it was factors of 5. I'm more cringe than you then. Wait, Awa, what's your streak at? Sheesh. Gamble 67. Sheesh. That is so awesome. Everybody Google 67 right now. Okay, sorry. Let me like get into the game. I think this is the type of game that I can kind of yap while I'm playing it. In case you were curious, all these cards changed. Ah, thank you. Can I be honest? I wasn't even aware that these existed. Yagano, this is really cute. I like the idea of an evil Jack in the Box. Have you guys ever had a Jack in the Box? I think when I was little, I had one. Uh huh. Mm-hmm. Oh, I had a Whizbang deck. Because with that one, you don't even have to build a deck. You just put this card in the deck, and it just like gives you a random one. Kind of awesome. Everything else I don't know about. Yo, welcome to Cataclysm. Sheesh. Destroy all cards that cost 2 or less in both players' hands and decks. Wow, sounds annoying. I thought it would be an actual card game via hand cam. Oh, wait, that's a good idea. I don't know how you would do that because with card games, unless unless I was playing solitaire, I don't know how I would show if I'm playing with someone. Tells you if you click on the points tab, bottom right. I didn't even know that. 6-7. Oh my goodness. Hi, Kyrie. Do you guys Google 6-7? Did you do it? Did you see Google wiggling around after you did that? I think everyone should try that. Hello, card games to the art. Always wanted to draw my own card set someday. Yo, that would be so awesome. I think it's really cool when people make specifically like tarot decks, like little custom tarot decks. I think the aesthetic of that is so beautiful. I low-key did not watch streams before the streaks were added. Wait, that's kind of awesome. Is that what like motivated you? You're like, shoot. Now it's a game and I have to win. I get so sad when I lose my streaks. Oh my god, one of my friends is online. You guys want to watch him? We can pretend like I'm playing. And I'll be like, wow, look guys, I'm doing really good. I had Uma 6-7 gifts. Oh, wait, that's awesome. I just wanted you to see the whole screen wiggling. You say things so silly. What do I say? What do I say that's silly? Dragon cute. Oh, the little pets. I think those cost like real money. It's like a gambling thing. A lot of people are actually kind of mad about it because it's like microtransactions. Yuck. But I do think the pets are cute. Um, this doesn't look that different than I'm used to. You guys think my friend's gonna win? I'll tell him good luck. Okay, sorry. I got a little cat on my desk and she's kind of in my way. How do I stop spectating? Okay, never mind. I got it. Wow, you're doing so good. Butt monkey, go! I don't know. Is that bad manners? It's just content steal without them knowing. After 6-7 streaks, will you start to get 6-7 again? Um, oh, I guess you could do that. Wave 1 Fire and Storm. Is there anybody is there anybody who plays Hearthstone here? Does anyone know what's going on? From reality with Deathwing was triumphant, now invades 2 old foes, Ragnaros and Alakir together in our world. Grown powerful from devouring their own. They were defeated before at great cost. Now we must drive them back and vanquish them once again. Marithra. Does anyone play World of Warcraft? It's the same characters. Maybe that maybe that would help with the lore. Butt Monkey Thursdays. It's only 1 T. It's not like a butt like a booty. It's like but monkey, you know? I thought Alakir was a good guy. Can I be honest? Oh, he's kind of beefy. Play WoW. Let's play WoW. I've never played a game that you have to pay for monthly, like a subscription type game. I don't know. I feel like the theory of that is kind of weird because it feels like you're punishing your like loyal players. I don't know. But I like the characters. Wow. Uh-huh. These are looking good. No cake. No cake. You're gonna have to provide for all of us. Um, that's so cute. I always just like to buy it outright. Yeah. Me too. I don't know. Maybe there should be an option where it's like You can do a one-time payment that's like kind of big, or you can pay for it monthly if you're like not sure if you want it. Oh my god. Sorry, my little cat is crawling up my door frame. Meow, meow. Okay. Wow, that was fun. Let's play. Let's ignore all that and play Battlegrounds. Oh, it's up here. Teehee. Wow. Okay, we gotta play demons or elementals. I hope you bro. Man, it's not very nice. Card pool change. These cards have been temporarily removed from their card pools. I haven't played this in so long that I didn't even know Silky Shimmer Moth was back in this. There used to be a whole entire like beetle meta, and they got rid of it, but I guess they put it back. And then they took it out again. Oh. Is she cute? Do you guys like her? I like her eye makeup. I don't know if that's makeup. Maybe her eyes are just like that. Ugh, I had chocolate cake. You want some hot chocolate fudge? Is it fudge or is it cake? Oh my god, look at this little emote. Cute. Ah! Sorry. Sorry for making noises. When my fake nails just like I was fiddling with it and it came off. Womp womp. Okay, sorry. Playing. Wait. Did the rankings reset? Like the number? Is it a new season or is it just a new update? I don't know. Because if it's a completely new season, then I would play solo because I don't have a rating for any of them. But if it's the same season, then then we're gonna ruin somebody's day by playing duos because my rating is a lot better. We'll figure it out. Surely we're not ruining anyone's day. I love how it's universal for mods to bully the streamer. Sigh. Yeah. I think I have exactly one mod that doesn't bully me. Sigh. It's fine. I love my mods. I like her green background. Okay, well, I wasn't asking if you liked. Man, imagine someone's like, "Yo, I just got a new girlfriend. Check her out." And then they show a picture of her. And then you're like, "Oh, well, I like the sky behind her." Like that's so cooked. That's so cooked. You can't say that. Okay, do you guys like this little panda or this little ugly guy? What's my teammate working with? My teammate is Night Raven. Everybody say hi, Night Raven. I don't know what they're choosing. I think the panda is like the nicer one because then I can help my teammate out. But I feel like playing duos when you're not like when you don't know the person is it's hard to communicate. So maybe we don't do that. Hi Apex! Oh my goodness, hi! Hi! Happy Pancake Day! Happy Lunar New Year! Happy... did Ramadan start or is that tomorrow? I don't know. There's like a lot going on this week as far as holidays go. Oh, anomalies are back. Konnichiwa, Night Raiden. Goodness. Okay. um. Oh, they want me to pass the beetle. Turn 1. Okay. What? I don't know. I don't really want those. I don't really know what you're trying to communicate. Oh my god. Wait, this is um maybe we just ignore everything that Night Raven says and hope for the best. Happy Uma Musume year. Yo! It's true. It's true. Happy year of the horse memes. Okay, sorry, I'm locked in. I'm unlocked. I'm glad I didn't pick the panda girl because this is literally just her hero power. Um, um, okay. Okay. Things are happening. I think it's looking good. We could do Beast Mechs, Naga, Quillboar, or Undead. What did I say my quests were? Wasn't it like demons or elementals were cooked? I'd be in the editing room, straight up losing it. And when I say it, let's just say, what's wrong? Wait, so what's wrong? Is it like you have a specific vision and like it's not being executed properly? Or did you lose something? Or what's going on? Look at my new girlfriend fuss. I like her shirt. Yo, I would not say that. Man, that's so cooked. Well, maybe I'd say that, but I'd compliment other things about her. That's just goofy. Okay, I think my teammate's doing something with beetles, maybe. Also, the username went away. I thought I turned it on streamer mode like before stream started. Well, I guess it delayed or something. Wait, why do I have this? Uh, uh, uh. I hate her shirt. Jartsy, no! Sigh. I guess I've never really been in a situation where somebody like showed me their phone and was like, this is my boyfriend, or like, this is my girlfriend. Like, usually people's partners are just like soft launched on Instagram. And then I like look at them that way. I don't know. Sigh! Wait, why are you sighing? Sigh. I hope that's like a deep whimsical sigh. You're like, ah, like because you're just having such a great time. Okay, the little guy passed me mechs, so maybe I should be looking for mechs. I really don't know. Are you going quillboars? Oh, I don't have any quillboars to give you. Hi, Kuko. I'm doing so good. How are you? How are you? Huh? This dumbass thing I made in my first year actually got accepted to be screened somewhere. It's silly cringe, and I didn't even know it got submitted. What? 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 How how did it get submitted without you knowing? No, I had to replace all the copyrighted music that the character is listening to and nodding her head to the exact BPM. Why did I include this? Oh, well, I'm sure if you look up the BPM of the song, maybe you could find a song with the same BPM that's not copyrighted. That sounds like it would be tough. I'm still so confused on how it got submitted. But that's awesome that it got accepted. Just thinking what to draw, watching the pretty colors. Oh, are you an artist? You should draw cards. You should draw cards since you said you like the art of card games. I think that would be nice. Okay, we give him a Kubler. Hi, Mick! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, I love Mick salsa. No, I don't. I don't want that. I guess I'll take that. Well, Mick, how are you? How's your how's your sleep schedule? Are you cooked or are you hanging in there? Makes Chewbacca noises. I cannot imagine you making Chewbacca noises. Can I get a can I get an audio clip of you doing that? I hope my teammate doesn't like Loki hate me. Oh look, this guy's going beetles. I guess the beetle thing is you buff your beetles and then you summon them. Super Auto Pets style. What do y'all know about Super Auto Pets? I was playing Super Auto Pets yesterday, and I played a game that was literally 35 turns long, and it took like an hour and a half. It was so crazy. Makes Han Solo noises. Ooh, the only thing I know about Han Solo is whenever we were looking up like the fan edits of him, like the Han Solo thirst traps, or was that Obi-Wan? I don't know. We looked up thirst traps as somebody, and he had crazy riz. Is that Han Solo? Hmm. Good. I slept from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. You only slept for 2 hours. That's like just a nap. I already had original music done. Now I just have to time it just right. I Twitch. Oh. Well, at least like you know what to do and it's not completely like cooked. Ugh, none of the this is a mech, but it's not what I'm going for. So I guess we gamble. Makes TIE fighter noise. Sheesh. Wow, I'm sure this would be really funny if I watched Star Wars. That was him? Okay. Yeah, see, I be remembering stuff. Be remembering stuff. Okay, my teammate has 3 minions on the board. Um, so that's ideal. So that's good news. Oh, Divine Shield. Look, mechs are really fun because you just put them on top of each other and they go beep 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 beep. Okay. Bam, 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 bam. Oh my goodness! Hi, Micro Dragonite. Pika Pika. Hi. Hi. It's good to see you. The plan is to sleep early tonight, so I'm back on normal sleep for tomorrow. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, you're so brave. You're you're our strongest soldier. I hope it goes so well, and that you do not feel groggy. Shrek Rumpelstiltskin Thirst Trap. Okay, that's not what I said. I don't know. I know I saw this Shrek movie that had Rumpelstiltskin in it. Excuse me, but I don't really remember the plot at all. If I slept all day, I wouldn't be tired tonight. Yeah, that's fair. You got more willpower than me. I think I would just sleep anyway, and then stay up till 4 a.m. How am I? I'm doing so good. I'm doing so good. I woke up and I got an email that my local like boba tea shop is having a sale because it's the Lunar New Year. And so I and so I got up and I got boba tea at a discount and it was so awesome. It's Thai tea. I haven't had Thai tea in a long time. It's pretty awesome. The guy who did the music for me is literally in high school, and he's so talented, it's depressing. How are you in high school with albums out already while I'm out here crying because I have to work on scripts for 30 minutes? Oh, that is kind of that is kind of disheartening. But they say comparison is the thief of joy. There's always gonna be people who are like younger than you, like more successful than you. And you know what? That's okay. I think that's fine. Oh, what do you want? What do you want? Definition of nap? What's your guys' like average nap time? Is it 2 hours? When I was in college, my average nap was like 2 hours. What I would do is I would. Oh my goodness, I ran out of. I was waiting for him to choose one, and then he didn't. It's fine. We're low key in first place. I'm not sure how. But yeah, I would literally stay up so sorry. I would literally stay up so incredibly late, not doing assignments, just playing Genshin Impact for like so many hours. Like like 4+ hours every single day. It was really bad. So I'd go to bed at like 2 a.m. and then my class was at like 6 a.m. And then so I would just kind of like trudge through my class, not really retaining information. And then I'd go home and I'd take a nap for 2 hours. And then I'd wake up and eat and then play more Genshin Impact. It was not a healthy it was not a healthy relationship. But it's okay. But it's okay. I joined some clubs and I touched some grass and I got better. And nowadays I would say my average nap time if I'm taking a nap is probably like 30 minutes. Mhm. Mhm. Thai tea's pretty good. Haven't tried it as boba though. Really? I've only had Thai tea with boba in it. Well, that's kind of surprising to me. Oh my goodness, somebody's dead already. Sheesh. I am low key not locked in. Don't nap very often. I slumber. Okay. Average nap time is 0. Oh man, I definitely don't take naps as much as I used to. But I don't know. I don't know. I like a good nap. A good nap. Mosquito season is upon us. I might die. This is serious business. Mosquito season in February. I think your mosquito season might be a bit earlier than mine. I don't think I'm gonna get mosquitoes until like at least April, I would say. I don't know. I'll I'll pay special attention. I'll let you know when I've seen a mosquito. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Hilly, your turn is up. Bro, I put that down. Ah! Sigh. That is wild. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Yeah, it was kind of wild. Whoopsie. Listen, the pandemic affected us all differently. But it's okay, I'm better now. I forgot my not first. Oh my goodness! Carrot Chomp, congratulations on getting not first. Bow. Naps make me angry and ruin my day. I feel like I think you're probably napping for the wrong length of time. I think if you nap like too long and then you like enter your sleep cycle and then you wake up in the middle of it, then it'll make you really groggy. So you gotta, I don't know. I don't know how you know how short it has to be, but I don't know. You gotta experiment so that doesn't happen. 40-minute mark care package. Oh my goodness, thank you. Yum 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 yum. Oh my goodness. Jagnite, thank you for redeeming not first. Wowie, congrats. The friendly minion uses Divine Shield. Give your minions 2/2 permanently. Wait, these are both really good. Bam, 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 bam. 2/2 doesn't scale as much as these, I don't think. Bam, bam, bam. I don't even know what my teammate's doing, but I think he's Loki carrying. You can have. Oh my goodness, never mind. We gambled and ate all our little guys. Okay. Listen up. Things are happening. I don't know what necessarily is happening, but trust that they are. Also, I put on a Spotify like not like a pre-made playlist, but you know how Spotify will be like, "Oh, here's like groups of songs that sound similar that are like ones you like." I put on like just a pop mix. I feel like the vibes are still kind of all over the place. I wonder how many people are also not first. We'll never know. We will truly never know. Uh, okay, sorry. 1 second. I'm, I'm thinking. Gain the stats. Okay, okay, we're doing fine. It honestly might be. Hold on. I got a cough like a dad. Sorry. It honestly might be. They're usually out in February to April here, I think. Some of them aren't really mosquitoes, I've been told. But I do not care. I'm judging them on their final looks. Well, do they bite you? Wait, February to April, so they leave in April? That's so weird. I think here they like start in April and they go all the way through August. How am I supposed to time a nap? Get up and set an alarm immediately before I fall asleep? What? Get up and set an alarm immediately before I fall asleep? Yeah. What do you mean? You go lay down on your couch or in bed and you open your little alarm app on your telephone and you set an alarm for like 45 minutes and you fall asleep and you wake up. And then hopefully you don't feel weird. And then if you do feel weird, then next time, instead of 45 minutes, you do like 30 minutes or like an hour or something. How the shadows wake you up? I'll get Larry, Terry, and Jerry on it. Why do you have shadows that are like triplets? I tried a nap yesterday and I thought I napped for about an hour, but I was told it wasn't very long at all. Do you not like check the time before you fall asleep? But these couch naps caught. What do you mean caught? Everybody takes couch naps. What? 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 What do you mean? Y'all aren't rocking with the couch? I mean, I guess you could take a bed nap, but I feel like if I'm taking a nap in bed, then I'm more likely to like oversleep. You know? Meow. Oh my goodness, I'm cooking. I'm like low key disassociating. Like whenever it goes into combat, I'm not even paying attention to what's going on. But like it's working out. We're in first place. I think my teammates doing a real good job. All his little quill boys are buffing each other. My stats aren't especially big. But like it's fine. I miss Blackpink. I can't fall asleep constantly. Constantly? Well, that's probably a good thing if you can't fall asleep constantly. That'd be kind of unfortunate if you're just like at work and you're like, huh, come me. That's the thing. I absolutely have no problem with mosquitoes who bite. Those are the female ones. They should do their thing. It's our girl power. The harmless male ones who have long ass legs are the bane of my existence. Really? So you're not even worried about being itchy? You're just worried about looking at an ugly thing? That's crazy. I would way rather have like the long legged, weird looking ones. Because it's like, oh, like you look a little freaky, but you're not really bothering me. The female ones is so itchy. I don't know. I hate when I'm like wearing shorts or something and then there's like little bug bites on my legs. Go, Fox, go! Thank you! We're doing it, we're doing it. Oh, look at those cool boars. They're getting so juicy. If I napped on the couch, my dog will come lick my face. Well then, face your face towards the back of the couch. You're like protected. Absolutely true. I intentionally sleep in a slightly uncomfy position if I need to not oversleep. Oh, I've never done that, but that sounds kind of smart. Oh, consistently. Oh, that's so sad. Man. Okay, you've extended your welcome, little buddy. Uh-huh, you get out of here. Uh-huh, and then what? I don't know. With the tights underneath. Is this pop music? I think my music taste is just like low-key cooked. Womp womp. Oh, I wish I could help my teammate more. I have all these pass things, but I'm not getting the code boards that he needs. I'm a vegetarian. This is a bug misogynist. Ugh, man, it's not about that. It's just about how badly they inconvenience me. And like I can look at ugly things. I can put up with that, but I cannot put up with being itchy. They literally check every room I enter and every wall I walk. Except my college, they're oh. Bleh. Huh. That's surprising. I don't see them that often at all. This is a banger. I quite like this one. I quite like this one. I thought I heard butt massager. Well, I certainly didn't say that, but I don't know what I said that would have sounded like that. Thursday. I wonder if Butt Monkey won. Look, his rating is like double mine. Yikes, we gotta catch up. It's because there's a pool nearby. They come to the water, unfortunately. Oh. Oh. That makes sense. That's so unfortunate. Are there mosquitoes like living in the pool? Yuck. Yuck. I'm very thankful that I don't live next to water. I do not want to deal with that. Bug misogynist. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, give me that. Look, he doesn't have like any pass spells because he's being so helpful. Um, erm, erm. This deadly sport is so huge, but it's not synergizing with anything. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I guess we could double this guy's stats. Bow, 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 oh, I guess I should have beefed it up before I doubled it. It's okay. The math is not important, surely. She'll never leave me. Yeah, sure. Maybe this is chill. Whenever this takes damage, give your other minions 1/1. That's not. I feel like that's not really a Quillbore sort of card. Okay, you can have that. Do you want that? You can have. I don't know what you can have. You can have anything your heart desires. Oh my goodness, squeak. Okay, hold on. Wait until after match it's timed. Okay, okay. I will squeak so expeditiously, but like after I lock in. Don't worry, I'm locking in. Can I pet? Oh, it's just a minion. Okay. Blah. Blah. Never been to this pool, but it's the best thing of my life. I feel like maybe it's not a bad thing that you haven't been to the pool. If that's where the mosquitoes are coming from. Surely if someone drinks some pool water every day, the pool won't be there for the mosquitoes forever. I f- um I feel like if the pool water is getting low, then somebody will just fill it up with the hose. That would be my guess. Um, but like good brainstorming. You can just jug the pools and there's not gonna be mosquito. That's true. I feel like if there's chlorine, like chemicals in the water, then mosquitoes probably wouldn't be able to live there. I don't know. Maybe they evolved. And they're built different. They're like, yeah, I drink bleach. Oh man, look at these beetles. They're so big. I don't know if I don't know if I'm winning. I don't think I'm winning. Wait, this is the first. Okay, so the way duos works is like you're with a teammate and other people are with teammates, and it goes like your board and then your teammate's board. And we didn't even get through the first person's board, so like we're low key cooked. I need to lock it. Oh my goodness! Did you win? Ugh. All good suggestions, but I think my best course of action is to cry. Oh, yeah, surely. Surely that that will work, trust. Got first place. Oh my goodness. Yippee. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know he's on stream right now. You can have that. I don't know what to give him. Oh my goodness, I can get 5 armor for us. Do you want this? I need to replace this at some point. All his little guys are gonna have Divine Shield, and then this isn't doing anything. Um, um, give your minions a Divine Shield plus 6 attack. Wow, all of my guys have Divine Shield. Except for my Deadly Spore and my Acolyte. I don't think it's worth freezing for, though. They did not evolve! Sad. Mosquitoes microdosing in the background? In the background? No, they're the main characters. They're in the foreground photo today. That reminded me of a fitness influencer that bred mosquitoes and filled water with steroids. What? 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 Aren't steroids like hormones that your body produces like naturally? So why would a mosquito like why would steroids even work on mosquitoes? Surely mosquito hormones are different than human hormones, right? Huh. I kind of want to see a jacked mosquito. Do you guys remember the mosquito from the Bee movie? That Bear Bee Benson meets on a windshield, and they just lie there, smeared against the windshield, and have a deep conversation. I very vaguely remember that. Like they're all just like catching a ride to somewhere. I don't really remember why that was plot relevant. Why do you think he's on steroids? Hmm, that's a lot of health. Guys, I think we're dead. I think I think my mechs are maybe not quite big enough for all these other guys. Mosquitoes start carrying off whole ass cows. Oh, good for them. It's the only mosquito I remember fondly. Oh, I don't think wasn't he kind of ugly, Loki? I don't think there's any mosquito that I remembered fondly. Ba 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 da ba ba da ba da ba 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 ba. I guess that's bigger sets. Maybe it should be like that. Um, please take this random stuff. I hope it helps. We're against the people who are already dead. So at the very least, we don't lose this turn. But things are not looking too optimal. It's Tuesday, I think. The next day, there's dead bird in front of, in front of the house. Oh. Um. Um. That's kind of crazy. I don't know what to get rid of. Um. I guess you get rid of that. Okay. Maybe this will help. Buzzwole will become a reality? Is that a Pokemon? I don't think I've ever seen a mosquito Pokemon. I don't know. I don't know. Who's up using who's up using a mosquito? He was like a streetwise guy who's been living the nomad life. Nowhere to go, nowhere to return to, just facing the wind as it hits the windshield of his life. That is kind of nice. I appreciate how you look for the best in characters. I still don't think I like him. Yes, look it up. Buzz. Buzzwole. What the? Buzzwole looks like the kind of thing that would be on like a pest control branded car. That is so interesting. He really is swole. You can't really argue with that. Um, um, I don't know what I'm looking for that would help me out. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Has taught while this has Divine Shield. Avenge for gain Divine Shield. Oh, but I just like gave it Divine Shield anyway, so that's not really doing much, is it? Okay, Grease Spot, go. Surely my Grease Spot will that'll help. That'll help. Not enough gold. Oh. Man, I should have sold this stuff that I'm not using to get more gold. It's fine, it's fine. Everything is so chill. Everything is awesome. Okay, and then this guy's gonna get their stats, and it'll be so awesome. Um, is it cooked? I don't know. I can't really tell if it's cooked or not. Maybe upper hand will help. Um, well, it gets it back. Yeah, it sure does. But listen. The grease spot surely carries and fixes everything. What's my? I thought my teammate was doing blood brush stuffs. The Felpor. Is that not real? No way. Well, I don't think either of our builds are that good, but we'll, we'll do our best. Everything is awesome. That's gonna be in my head for a week. I'm so sorry, Fire. Um, um, at least, maybe, hopefully, it'll help improve your mood if you're thinking about everything being awesome. Oh wow. A lot of reborn stuff. Um, okay. I'm not that great at math, but I think these numbers are not looking the worst. Never mind, they're looking kind of bad. Uh, well, my teammate's kind of eating this up. I don't think my build could have handled that, but this guy's a trooper. Sheesh. Okay, and then we got a beetle build going on. Okay. Okay. The Titus is a little unlucky. Those are such healthy beetles. I can't deal with that. Well, it could have been worse. A band I like has a song called Mosquito, and then they had a music video from the POV of one. Like your mosquito flying around biting people. And watching that shit was so terrible. It literally made me nauseous. Ooh. Yeah, I feel like seeing a proboscis going into skin would be really like, bleh. I don't know. Oh, I don't think I could handle watching that. It would make me feel sad. Oh, man. What did you sell? Deal 58 damage to the highest health enemy minion? Well, all their guys have divine shields, so we don't need that. And then we can sell this random stuff that's just been sitting in my hands. I haven't seen Photo Bomber before. Man, I wish you could pass tavern spells with the portal and the bottles. Oh man. Okay, if I get the Photo Bomber to have the reborn, that'd go crazy. I'm going first and I'm against mechs. I don't really remember what mech build that was. I guess we'll see. Wah. Just out of curiosity, what's the MMR here? Heart stuck at 3,000. Although I don't know. It's been a little bit since I played, so this might be. I don't know if the MMR reset or not. It was either 3,000 or 0. Guess we'll see after this match. The last time I played, I feel like I could not get over the 3,000 hurdle. Like I'd go up a little bit and then I'd just go back down. Womp womp. But yeah, if you have any tips, my ears are open. I don't think it even showed that. It was like you're the mosquito and you fly around people and they swat you around. It's just a lot of it that was grossly upsetting. Oh, like just being disliked. Like it was just sad. Oh, I don't know. I guess I can sympathize with them a little bit, but I don't know. Maybe don't bite people. Maybe don't bite people, bozo. Actually, I feel like it's not even the act of biting that's upsetting. If mosquitoes bit you and it like wasn't itchy, I feel like it wouldn't be as bad of a deal. But the fact that they like inject a little toxin that makes it you want to scratch it, ugh, horrible. Watching Jeeve helps, I guess. Jeeve, I don't even know who that is. I'm cooked. Beetle mention. Oh, Junk Jouster. If I get this golden, I feel like Junk Jouster would be good. Honestly, it's probably better than this little guy, but he's so big. Nah. Is just being a mosquito? I know it's silly, but I was like, no, I would never do this. You, it's not me, I swear. Oh. I misunderstood. I misunderstood like 3 times. I think that makes sense. I hope you are never reborn as a mosquito. Hmm. Not bad. Did that go through? Uh-oh. Oh, it did. Yippee! Tilly, your turn is over. Oh, maybe it didn't. What? I don't really know what's happening. I think I did it too close to the limit, and now it's freaking out. Our little hero powers are layered on top of each other. I hope I'm reborn as like a Shetland pony or something. Oh my goodness! Happy Year of the Horse to all the little Shetland ponies out there. I'm lucky not sure what that is. I don't know what Shetland is. I've heard of Shetland sheepdogs. Like the little fuzzy fellas, but not the ponies. That sounds cute. Oh, oh, there's a little cat coming onto my lap. Come here, my bee. My fingers hurt from doing art or from something else. Maybe, maybe just like wiggle them around. Learning a song on bass. Shit! Wait, that's so cool. What song are you learning? Here you go. I would love another Mega Gnome interpreter. That would be so cool. For real though, watching strong players helps a lot to get a feel about what's possible to do in the game. I guess that makes sense. I don't know. I feel like I just get kind of bored. Unless somebody is talking to me specifically and being like, all right, you can do this and this and this and this. And I feel like I kind of just zone out. um, I am maybe perhaps not the best student. Man, I want. I want that. Do I get rid of this? Is there a reason you don't have 7 minions? Hey, I don't really know what you're wanting, buddy. I'm also kind of split between like magnetizing and divine shield, so maybe that's my problem. Oh well. One day I'll get a mechanome interpreter, and I'll have space for this little guy. Wum, 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 wum. Look it up, they're so cute. They have bangs. They have bangs. Okay, hold on. Let me look this up. Carousel by Blink 182. Oh, I don't think I've heard that one. I don't know that many Blink 182 songs. Wait, Apex, these ponies are so stubby. They're like little munchkins. That's so cute. I think this would be a good thing to be reborn into. What? I don't know what happened. Did we win? Oh, we did. Slay. Okay. Okay, okay. Yo! Give me that. I think the photo bomber is helping. Maybe. Maybe, perhaps, hopefully. I don't want to fill my teammate's hand with garbage. Here. Can I can I have this, please? Oh, that's so kind. Thank you. Okay, we gotta get rid of that. Clean out that. I think maybe it's too late for Junk Jouster. I think we gotta go. I think we gotta do Tavern Spells and buff up the Photo Bomber as much as possible. Let's move this to get a bunch of stats on our immortal little guy. Okay, okay. I think things are happening in a good way. Give your other demons and beasts one too. Oh, I've never seen demons and beasts before. That's fun. Okay. We're so locked in. Yo! Hero Super Auto Pets! Sheesh! Oh my goodness. This is just like Super Auto Pets in a way. Um in a way. If you squint, I think. Hi Hero, how's it going? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hmm. Squinting, squinting. Yeah, see, this is my fly, and this is my turkey, and this is my sheep. And it's gonna go on for 35 turns. Is this a new part of your name? I kind of took it more as like whenever hero does an action, it just has the hero prefix, like hero boom. Here is good. You're eating a scroll. What is a scroll? Like a scroll of paper? Like Kung Fu Panda? Like you got the Dragon Warrior scroll and you're just taking a bite? I don't obliterating your fly. Sigh. My fly is untouchable. Okay. Okay. This is my teammate sport. This is quite a healthy little guy. So I think we'll be okay. Like a pastry. It's savory? A savory pastry called a scroll? Let me look this up. Scroll. Pastry. Mushroom cheese and chili on it. Oh. Oh, I see. Like a... I guess it does look like a scroll. I don't know what I would call that. I've seen these before. I just didn't know what they're called. Almost like a pinwheel, but pastry instead of a tortilla. Amazing! Oh, they can be sweet too? I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of savory pastries. I think flaky crust goes better with fruit. But that's just my opinion. Why do I have portal and a crystal? Don't really know what that's for. Oh, it's from this guy. He just gave it randomly. Okay. I can just sit in my hand. I'm maybe not using that ever. Okay, we're gonna play as many spells as possible. And then our photo bomber is gonna do like 1 billion damage. And it's gonna be so awesome. I'm worried about passing my teammate stuff because I know he needs his hand to be empty for all those blood gems. I guess I'll just low-key keep these. Unsurprising. You blasphemy with meat pie hate. It's true. It's true. I do have some meat pie hate in my heart. I don't know. Like, I'm not so picky that I would, like, refuse. Wait, why is this playing? I'm not so picky that I would, like, refuse to even try it. I really feel like I wouldn't like it. But I would try it, I guess. Wow, shout out to Spotify. This is the best pop playlist I've ever heard. I wonder if my photo bomber should be up front so that it's sniping things at the beginner. My finger is on! Oh my goodness. I do think of Hero Ham when like Gangnam Style starts playing. Ah! My game! Wait, maybe that worked out nicely. And then I didn't have to watch the combat. I don't know how things went then. But at least we won. Slay! Do you mostly play duo? I do. I do. I think what happens is I usually play like with friends, and then like my duo MMR goes up, and then whenever I'm playing by myself, it's like, well, shoot, my duo MMR is higher than like my regular MMR, so I guess I'll just keep playing duos so I don't have them split, you know? Oh, give me that. Give me that. Sheesh. Okay. 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 Here's my last photo bomber. Am I even? Is it a tier 6? It's not. I don't know why I'm not seeing any. But that's okay. How you doing? Oh, time warped 9 frogs. Where did you even get that from? I don't know what turn it is, but it is not turn 9. Okay. Is my hand gonna be full? Be exactly full. Okay. Man. I wish there's like a little trash can where you could put cards. I I don't want to mess up my teammate. And I also want to sell things that are not relevant. Hearthstone, did we travel back to 2014? No, this is Battlegrounds. And Battlegrounds didn't come out until... I actually don't know what year Battlegrounds came out. I remember. I remember when it came out, though. I was so hyped. I love auto battlers. I think my guess would be 2018. Is that real? I don't really have anything to base that off of. I'm trying to think. Was I playing Battlegrounds during lockdown? Maybe I wasn't. Maybe it was more like 2021. But no, that doesn't sound right. An indeterminate amount of time ago. Discover a major time warp minion? Oh. Oh, I didn't know there was a thing that did that. Can check the book. Don't remember the card's name. The book. Is there a book? I usually have a deck tracker open, but I did not open it for stream. I didn't want to get clowned on. Bottom right? What? Has this always been here? I for real used a deck tracker for this. Oh, hello? 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 Ah. Sigh. Just got a real life Gwent game this month actually. Found it at a large bookstore for 40 bucks. Couldn't resist. What is a Gwent? I've never heard of that. Bottom right. Tavern spell. Top left. My goodness. Well, I'm sure I could figure it out if I wasn't disconnected. I don't know why that keeps happening. Um, um, um. Oh, the Witcher card game. Oh, I've never played The Witcher. Or seen the show. You a big Witcher fan? I think in the show, I've seen like clips of it, and the guy's really pretty. That's all I know about it. I could not tell you the plot. Um, hold on. Hold on. Let me reopen the game. Oh, I opened the Steam. This is not a Steam game. Hold on, hold on. Hasn't been there for too long, TBH. End of last year, I think. Um, I just for real never noticed. That's really good to know, though. Yippee! Uh, come back. Come back. Not really, but the card game's pretty fun. Yo! Okay. Oh, that's so unsatisfying. I didn't even get to see the little kill animation. Yippee, I won! One ranked standard game. Haha, yeah. Surely I'll do that. Darkwind Fair treasures. The Darkwind Fair returns as a new year begins. Celebrate this special time in the tavern with two new friends, Hawker and Lions, leaning Varian. Did that just update? I swear, I swear like 20 minutes ago it was like the little Dragon Ysera one. Um, we'll let the luck build up for that one. Cat was great. He also got kind of kicked out for speaking out against political agendas. Is it a lore accuracy in this show? Oh, I I'm really not aware of any of that. I didn't know there was controversies within The Witcher. Womp womp womp. Cat was the actor's name? Yeah, I figured. Isn't that Superman? Ah, these are so pretty. I sure do love microtransactions. Yippee! Hi. Okay, let's do that again. Okay, I guess the rating didn't restart. I thought it would have because they added beetles and such. I guess I'm not super sure how what defines the different seasons. Wow. Wait, Joshi said he liked the green background, but it's literally it's not even special. It's just green. Oops. Cute. Oh, I didn't emote at all last game. There's a patch, but it wasn't a new season? Oh. When's the new season come out? Oh. Pretty. Okay. Oh, man. I hate seeing little exclamation points. Oops. Okay. Okay. Not sure. That's okay. That's okay. That just means I get a bigger number. Sorry, I opened Google Images. I'm looking at images of scrolls. Sheesh. Sheesh. Ugh. You guys up to anything fun today? Mm. Ugh. I got boba and Hearthstone, so I don't think it gets much better than this. Bam, bam, bam. I do have to unpack a bunch of boxes. And then I moved last week? No. 2 weeks ago? Like February 3rd maybe? And I was doing so good at unpacking the first few days. And then I got kind of lazy. And so I have like a whole entire box of like medicine and stuff that I got to put under my bathroom sink that I just do not feel like doing. And I have a bunch of posters and stuff, but I don't know how to put them on my wall, like how to arrange them. But maybe maybe after stream I'll lock in a little bit. Ooh. Beast Relax Naga Pirates Undead. Do any of those even like tavern spells? I think Naga likes tavern spells. Wait, what's the anomaly? The Major Time Warp offers 5 golden minions this game. They do not give triple rewards. Okay, okay. Day off work, so while gaming and vibing. Yo, what game are you playing? Ah! Hero gone. I miss you already. Save me, Frost. Oh, maybe stall your scorpion. Sigh. We're in a death match for real. Hang in there, hero. Hang in there. I'm sending you all my love. Okay. I'll go for it. So many underscores in chat. Are there? I guess there are. Baka Neko has 2, so that's pretty awesome. But I think it's just you and them. Oh no, Soul has an underscore as well. Wow, shout out to all my little underscorelings. Did you just move in? Yeah, I just moved in. I just moved in. I quite like my new place, but I really gotta lock in. I have not been doing that. You're not saving Hero? How cruel. Oh my goodness, me and Hero played... Oh. Beetle. I haven't played with the Beetle meta. Maybe it'll be exciting. But no, me and Hero played Super Auto Pets for hours yesterday because we were so evenly matched. Like we just kept tying over and over and over again. And she was like, "Sell your scorpion." And I was like, "No, sell your shark." And we just it was kind of epic. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm having a great time. Oh my goodness. But I will say, in my old apartment, in the room that I streamed in, I had like LED strips like on my ceiling. And I had really, really cute like mood lighting. And it was so cozy in there. But then when I went to take the LED strips down, they ripped ginormous holes in the paint. And it was so like, oh my god, this is horrible. And so that was stressful. And so when I moved into my new place, I did not put them back up because I was like, I cannot deal with that again. So now whenever the sun goes down, it's like a little bit dark in here. So that is my one complaint. But everything else, everything else is kind of awesome. I'm like next to a window now. It's like, ooh, I can people watch. You need a place like that? You do. You do, you do. Oh my god, I have not even looked at my teammate. Wah! Are you AFK? Hello? Oh my god, I'm cooked. Okay, what if I wave? Oh, I don't have a wave. Let me tip my fedora to you, milady. Oh my god, please. Wait, there's not even anything in her shop. I might be cooked. Dude, this is nice as friends or NBC. The random people, it feels so frustrating. I know. Oh my goodness, tell me about it. I have one friend who's actually the person who was playing earlier. Oh, this guy, Butt Monkey. he also plays duos just by himself sometimes. And it's so funny because if he okay, this maybe I shouldn't be like spilling the tea about my friend, but if he is matching against like with a teammate who is doing a bad job, he will get so petty and instead of like conceding, my teammate left. He will sell his whole entire board and like just force his teammate to lose. Because I think if you concede, your teammate doesn't lose MMR. But if you just throw the game, they don't. And I think that's really funny. Um, but yeah, I don't want to do it solo because then my MMR will be like 300. And I think it'll be hard to like claw my way back up. I don't really know what to do if my teammate left. I don't think I can solo this. It feels so bad to concede though. Looking for places to live though is so scary and confusing. Yeah, that's very true. I don't know. I just go on like apartments.com or like Zillow and just filter by places that are in my budget and then if you see a few that you like, then you just tour them. And I don't know. It's definitely scary, but it's kind of a fun experience to like, do little apartment walkthroughs and be like, "Ooh, I could see myself living here." You know? Has someone already notified Frost there's no sound? You're not the game music? Can you not? It says that you should be hearing Spotify. Is that not real? Let me see. Um, Monitor off. I don't remember which tracks are for. Thank you for telling me. I will fix, maybe, if I can figure it out. I'll try my best. So I only do duos with friends, else I just solo. Don't you get MMR pretty fast solo rankings? And also, hopefully, the others are not too strong. I guess that's true. I don't know. I feel like it took me a long time to get here, so I feel like it'd take a long time to get there in solos as well. But it's been a long time since I did solos. Maybe it's not as bad as I remember. There's music here? But there is? Is it just quiet? I don't want to like turn it up too loud and then you like look, you can't hear me. Makes salsa. I'm not sure what's wrong. I can turn. I guess I can turn the game audio that's not music on, so the VOD isn't like just silent with me yapping. Maybe that's better. This is so sad. I sure am trying my best. Does anyone actually run Time Warped Boar? Can I make a song request? Yeah! Request whatever you would like. Minions in the Tavern 2-2 this game. Tavern always has 7 cards. Are demons in? Oh, demons aren't in. That's so good for Felbat. It's fine. I'm trying my best. How do I build beetles? Obviously, Force Rover. Oh, this is so sad. I miss you, Silky Shimmer Muff. Maybe, maybe these guys. And then the Jakarian Chancer. I don't know. I also think I'm dead this turn. But we'll see. Go, my beetles. Smash it like Belushi by Green Day. Yippee! Okay, I got you. Don't even worry. Okay, we just need stats. Ugh. Place your bets. Do I die this turn or no? Okay, hold on. Let me get your. Oh, Allah, I never. Allah, are you here? I never even squeaked for you. I'll squeak double. Okay, it's in the queue. Switch between spells and minions on the top left. Oh my god. Top or left, I see. Is that 15? Yeah, we live on 1 health. I'm here. Okay, listen up. Okay, I'll do your squeak first. This squeak is dedicated to aware underscore NPC1. Thank you so much for the follow. Slut skin. Okay, that was for Ella. And now this one is for fire. Oh yeah. Okay. Don't put the green beetle first, maybe? Oh, because they're reborn? That makes sense. I should stop backseating too much? No, it's okay. No, it's okay. I appreciate you. I haven't really played this patch, so I I kind of like having a little bit of help. Not that it matters. I think I'm dead this turn. It goes tick 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 tick. Y'all vibing with baby no money? I was sad. I was gonna. I think Baby No Money is. He's either on tour right now or he's going on tour soon. And I was gonna go see him, but then I was like, shoot, maybe I should not be spending $80 right now. But it's okay. We can have our own concert. Oh man, you know, I tried my best, and it wasn't enough, but it's all we can really ask for. Okay, but next game, surely I will get a banger teammate. Oh my goodness! Whenever I hear like a what do you call that? Like a guitar riff like that? Is that what this is called? I don't know. I feel like there's a certain flavor of song that just really it like transports me back to being in high school. I'm like, oh yeah, this is a windows down kind of song. Should I try solo? I'll try one more duo, and then if it if my teammate like leaves or he's horrible, then we'll just GG next on to solos. It's raining tacos from out of the sky. Tacos. No need to ask why. Just open your mouth and close your eyes. It's raining tacos. Wow. I have not heard that in so long. Hi, Sue. Sue the Wolf Butler. What is a wolf? Like a fox wolf? Are you a fox? Oh my god, I'm a fox too. I randomly got it stuck in my head? That's crazy. I have not heard that in so long. Hmm. I'm trying to think of like other similar songs. Was Nyan Cat around that time? Yippee! Yay! Aw, thank you for the follow back, Kaneko. That's so sweet of you. Hmm. The duck song, maybe? I don't know. That was so long ago. It reminds me of like my cousin used to have a laptop for school, but like literally when she's in middle school or like elementary school or something. And I thought that was so weird because my school did not give us laptops. But anyway, so I'd go to her house and we would play like the little Papa's games like on her school laptop. And we'd have to like erase the history so that her school wouldn't know, so that they wouldn't find out. And we'd also just like watch those little old YouTube videos, like Nyan Cat and stuff. Ah, it was such a good time. Oh my god, and Moshi Monsters. Did you guys ever play Moshi Monsters? We did that a lot. It's not like we both had our own laptop. Like we were both just sharing hers. We'd like take turns. Like with the papas, we'd like do one day at a time. Be like, all right, this one's your day. Good luck, champ. And we go back and forth. It was so awesome. Wait, what's our anomaly? The minor time lord offers 5 golden minions. Okay. That's what it was last time, but it was major instead of minor. Okay, we'll be nice. We'll be Madame Goya. Surely that will help. Me too, foxes everywhere? Fire, you're a fox too? A firefox? Or are you saying me too to the thing I said about like playing with my cousin and then separate thought foxes everywhere? Oh, goodness, I love foxes. My main thing is butler since I'm an ex-butler IRL. Really? I didn't know butler was like a profession that you could have in the modern age. Like who's out here hiring a butler? That's so awesome. Did you have like a uniform? Bam, 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 bam. I'm assuming if I pass him a minion, he can't play it. Since it says skip your first turn. Be like a fun little cheese though. Bow, 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 bow. This is so strange. I can hear it on mobile, but not PC? What? That is so strange. I wonder, because my Spotify, my audio is split so that like if you're watching my VOD, you wouldn't be able to hear Spotify. So I don't get copyright strikes. But that's weird that it would change on PC. A Firefox? Yo, that's so cute. Shout out to all my little foxes out there. It's so good. It's so good. There's a school specifically for butlers to train, and yes, when I was hired, I had a uniform. That sounds so lovely. I think the only like butlers and maids that I'm aware of was I didn't go to it, but like there's a maid cafe kind of near my house. And I go to a lot of like anime and K-pop events and they'll always like sponsor like the maid cafes and I think that's cute. Oh, that's so awesome. Does anyone else not hear it on PC? I have Fast on Mac, so I checked on my phone and can hear it clear as day. Am I living on the past? Are you? Is it somehow like you're watching like the VOD or like the past broadcast instead of watching it live? Like maybe there's a mix up there. I really don't know. Mm. Beast Mix. Pirates Quilboar Undead. The first game I played has some pretty crazy Quilboar. Maybe that would be good. Bow, 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 bow. Now I raise deer and make poems and song lyrics for fun. You raise deer? Like what kind of deer? Like for are you raising deer for like rehabilitation or like for food or like I never heard of anyone who raised deer before. Why not up? Wait, what's why not up? I'm sorry. What's huh? I left my parents at a younger age to go to Europe to learn. It took a long time to convince them. Did you have a good time? Did you like it? Or up to adventure? Oh, I like to. I don't know. I like to wait until I don't know what turn this is. Is this turn 3? turn 4. I don't know. I like to wait. I don't know. I feel like I prefer to win early game than to be on on like the normal curve. It says live and you're talking at the same time as my phone? What the? He's like kind of a waste to discover tier 2. Ugh, but look at him. He's having a good time. Breaking the laws of physics? Sheesh. I hope so. It's nice. Helped me pay for a house in full when I decided to retire? Yo, your life sounds so interesting. That's so cool. Even switch browsers and I still know here? Man, I don't know. I don't know how to fix it. It's so over. Wham, wham, wham. Should be your volume be muted? And wait, she said she can hear me, just not my Spotify. Which I really don't know why that would be. Yeah, but you could have him in the tavern if you've been tier 2. But consider. Are you considering? Are you considering? Uh, yeah, I don't know. I got nothing. Um, um, um. Man, I specifically did not shuffle my like songs because I didn't want songs like this to be playing. But playing the Spotify pop mix, it's outing me anyway. Anyway, y'all like Big Time Rush? Um, I don't think my teammate wants any of this, but like you can have it anyway. I feel like rolling 2 times is not worth the same as having bodies on the board. Emotes are so cute. Oh my goodness. I really like emotes where it's like licking the screen. I think that's so cute. Okay. Okay. Slaying. See, look. Waiting to tear up had no consequences whatsoever. See, look, we're on a win streak even. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe you should be taking notes. This takes damage. Your blood gens give an extra 2 attack this game, 3 times per combat. I don't really know how the blood jump barrages work. I think that's probably the better one. I choose to do blood gem barrages and then get like a fell bore so that you're eating the guys in the shop. I'm not really sure. This feels like better scaling. I don't know. Get better cards later, so you lose later. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, look, I'm winning. Nuh-uh, look, we're against a dead guy. Look, sheesh. Sheesh! Tearing up. Slaying. Guys, you gotta... Guys, you gotta trust me. Oh my goodness, look at this. So... That's so awesome. I think the only lick I have is Mick Salsa. My VIP. Hold on, let me scroll from the subs that I randomly got gifted. Yeah, I think this is all I got. Okay, look. Bludgeon barrages. Sheesh. The tavern is refreshed. This place 2 bludgeons on its rightmost minion. Okay. Okay. We're not gonna scale this turn because I think these people don't have any minions. Thank you for the lurk shoe. Thank you. Man, I love my liquors. I also love Thai tea. It's so nice. I don't know what's in it that makes it such an orange color, but it's so satisfying. Why did that happen twice? Oh, the effect is doubled. Never mind, I understand. I understand. I did not understand what the minor gold thorn potion was, but now I do. Don't worry. Okay. Discord, oh my goodness. Tuck's hair behind ear. Are you gonna join my Discord server? This is so awesome. Hmm. Claiborne. Hello? Oh, okay. What am I looking for? I think a Felbor would be good. I really like Geomaggots Rugug, but I feel like these are two different builds. Ah! Okay, Oh, okay. I don't know if I have time to buy that and play it without it freaking out. I'll just buy this. Not that I'm an amazing player, but the goal is to be strong enough not to lose, sure. Also, to up the tier to get way stronger. Okay, but what if I still up the tier, but since I'm waiting and then it's like getting cheaper, then it's like sheesh. um um have you considered that? I think you're right. I think tearing up on like turn 2 is probably the smart move. It just like feels better to have more bodies on the board. Maybe. Maybe. You still lost the gold? Oh, please don't eat. Okay, that's maybe fine. Uh-huh. Oh my god, strike oil. Sheesh. No, no, no. Okay, whatever. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. I didn't even want that. Can I please have this back? I don't want to be a jerk. Can I? No, okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I didn't even want that. Okay. Whatever. I'm so chill and nonchalant. Cast a tavern spell. Give 3 random friendly minions 2-1. If only blood gems or tavern spells. Is the blood gem barrages? Are those? Oh, maybe I should have taken that. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Womp, womp, womp. Oh, hello. Oh, hello there. Uh, okay. 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 Oh, wait. I was in the shop again. Not before playing it for a T5 would have been good. Teammate dumb. I think the teammate just didn't know that it was a tavern spell that passed that. So they're probably just using it as like a free gold, which is fine. I would probably not understand either. I also have not really been utilizing my hero power. I need to be looking for undead to sell. Or to, sorry, not to sell, to pass. Seems like my teammate's doing pretty good.
To whom it may concern,
Oh, listening?
I am most displeased to announce that I have spent the past hour and 30
Yeah.
minutes waiting patiently for my project to export, only to find out I forgot to include the audio channels. It's completely
No!
silent. Due to this development, I will now accept your
Oh.
gracious offers for a change in career path. The
Change
dream
in
is simply
career
not
path.
worth the anguish. Please
Oh.
submit your offers to the suggestion box. Nothing that requires much running, please.
Well, I think you're in luck because I feel like there's not that many career paths that do require a lot of running. Oh, this is so sad. Okay, well, maybe instead of making films, maybe you could be like a fashion designer. I think that'd be pretty slay. Bam, 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 bam. I joined. Yippee! Did you ping it? Um, I thought I did, but like maybe low key I didn't. Smirkamachi. Do you think he wants this? Oh, maybe not. I guess he's got all the reborn he could need. Um. Oh, what am I doing? Okay, this one's Parker's. Meow, meow, meow. I feel like I should take these just for the thing. Meow, 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 meow. Yo ho ho. Oh my goodness, here you go. Everyone loves a silent film. Relax and take a shower. Have a good shower. Yeah, surely. Like Aphex, you don't even have to worry about timing the nodding head thing because you just no audio. Do you want this? I don't know if he wants that or not. I'm gonna pass it anyway. Um, um. Okay, you can just be there temporarily. Are there? There are a lot of Cooper with battle cries. A lot of people tell me that actually. Oh my goodness, maybe it's a sign. Bye bye, good luck in the games. Goodbye! Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't even know if Brand is hopeful unless. No, I don't. I guess they're Moonbake and Jazzer. That's like it, right? Brand is good to make money? Make money, huh? Like the seashell guy that gives you a coin? Or or what? I love fashion, but I've never had any ideas for clothing or anything. Yeah, maybe less of like a fashion designer and maybe more of like maybe not making the clothes, but maybe like putting outfits together. Like a costume designer maybe? I see just being Carrot's boss as a career. They'll do everything for you. Like like the reverse of an assistant. Man, my teammate is carrying so hard. Oh. Teehee. I think I'm split between two things. I need a Geomagus Rogug. Rugug. Womp 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 womp. Um. That's where I knew you from? Sorry, I was trying to figure out how I found you. Huh? How did you find me? Where am I from? Where are you from? Where did we come from? Bam, bam, bam. Good idea. Being a boss is a great career path. It's going great for somebody right now. Oh dear. Man, I want to be Carrot's boss. I don't really have any tasks, but I just feel like being a boss would be kind of awesome. But only for one person. I wouldn't want to be like a manager, like a lot of people. I just want one little grunt. one little butler. I'll be like, Jeeves, Jeeves, please make me a thumbnail. You're hired? Yeah. Sick Lilies played with you? Oh, I love Sick Lilies. We played. We carved pumpkins together on Halloween, and we played Lethal Company. I want to say we also played Repo together. She's a sweetie. I was literally thinking the other day that if I ever do get busy enough to require an assistant, I would feel so bad. Not because I tell them what to do, just because it would make me feel incompetent. Really? I think it'd be the opposite for me. I don't really care about offloading tasks. I love offloading tasks. I would just, I wouldn't want to feel bossy. But I guess if you're a boss, you kind of have to be bossy, huh? Sure, buffing the death rattle is a good idea. Um, yeah. Well, I'm just thinking. I mean, I guess this one I would probably keep. This one I'd probably keep. But some of these other things I'm probably gonna end up selling. So wouldn't it be better? Oh, that's nice. Wouldn't it be better to buff the thing that you are sure you're gonna keep? Maybe not. I don't know. Um, um, can I help you? You want this? Bam, 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 bam. How do I help myself? I don't know what my blood gems are at. It's only 1, 2. This is low-key not going swimmingly. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, Slay. Why did he ping that? Oh, 3 little Clowborn. Yeah. Um, 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 I don't know. I don't know what I should buff. Oh, I want that. I would just be like, wow, you big baby. You can't do anything yourself. You have to ask the assistant, like, she's your mom. No, I'd be like, hi, mommy. Can you help me with this? I don't know. I feel like I get that sometimes. Like, sometimes I'm scared to ask for help. But I don't know. I think most of the time, as long as I'm positive that I'm not bothering someone, I like I like I like being helped. As long as it's not too big of an inconvenience. For example, the T5 Battlecry Discover spell you had in your tavern is nice. Battlecry Discover spell. The like little panda? Sheesh! That teammate was really good. I don't know if that's super helpful, but I did give them a Titus Rivendare, so that's something. Oh wow, look at all these quests getting done. I wonder if I can get to. I guess it'd take quite a long time. But I assume every 500 is like a checkpoint, right? Or do you have to wait till 4,000? I don't know, but how awesome would it be if I if I could get out of 3,000 rating hell? I want demons to be in. I want to be a demon. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Also, if anyone else has any song requests, I will play whatever you want. Hmm. Really thinking about it. Maybe everybody's at work and school. They're not queuing up Battlegrounds right now. Song request. Yeah, as long. Okay, well, I guess I won't play like literally whatever. I don't want to play like a whole bunch of meme songs. um, but if you have genuine song requests, we be vibing. Hmm, where my little Battlegrounds players at for today? Hi, Buddhist. Thank you for the lurk. Oh, the game failed to start because your opponent failed to connect. What? Where's my opponents at? I don't have meme songs, only the good stuff. Just drop the name and artist in here or what? Yeah. Bam, ba-dum, ba-dum, bam, bam. As long as it's on Spotify, I guess. Thank goodness. Zookeepers. I want to play Battlegrounds with a zookeeper. You get an extra chronomat each time warp. That sounds very nice. Microdose Jackson Laird. Is that the guy who did Freebird? Microdose. It's in the queue. Okay. Do the minion attack equal to your tier? I think this scales better than Alakir does, but Alakir is so good early game. And there's no demons! Let me be a demon, please. I'll do this one. Let me go into my playlist real quick. What genres do you like? I'm like not super picky. Like there's not a lot of genres that I'd be unhappy listening to. But I think in general I like K-pop and I like Vocaloid and I like emo music. Like I'm really big into Panic at the Disco and Fall Out Boy. Mm, there's some indie rock I like. I quite like the Happy Fits and the Arctic Monkeys. I don't know. A lot of I don't know. A lot of the stuff that I listen to is like windows down on the highway stuff. Vocaloid and emo, I got you. Yippee! My favorite. Oh man. Oh yeah. Oh, never mind. We tied. Okay, well it's not a loss, so that's something. Hmm. Hmm. Do I know how to build any of this? I think I have some idea how to do undead. I really don't know how to do murlocs. I feel like murlocs have been kind of unchanged, but maybe that's wrong. Is it still base skill with this guy? Ending your turn, give this minion stats to the leftmost minion in your hand. That's kind of fun. That's kind of fun. Not really sure what the tavern spells are doing. Whole dwelling, Kiko. Oh my goodness! I love Kiko. Kiko. I've never had to say their name, but I like some of their stuff. Whole dwelling. Okay, when I look up hole dwelling, the first song is in Japanese, like the title. So I hope that's the right one, but it's in the queue. Something I said. Um, house. Ugh, hold on. Hold on one sec. Um, mm, maybe this is the best value at the moment. I'm afraid my little minted Corsair is gonna be too buffed and I'm not gonna want to sell it. It's in Japanese, yes. Well, I know the song is in Japanese. I just when the title is written in Japanese, I don't know. I don't know if I'm queuing the right thing. So you have to tell me if this is sounding right. Bam, bam, bam. My fan is so loud I can't hear anything. Can you hear me? This is the right one though. Okay, slay. Wait, this is nice. I'm trying to think of other Kiko songs I like, but I don't think I know the translated names. But there's one where there's just like 1 billion sound effects, and that one goes crazy. Oh man, I kind of wanted to try Relax or Undead, but I guess if you're not getting them, you can't force it. Can hear you, just not anything else very well. Oh my goodness. Let me turn it up a little bit. Okay. Okay, we'll give this beetle taunts. And maybe we'll just like low-key save this other taunt. What's my teammate up to? Oh my goodness. I kind of ate this guy up. I guess they're tier 3. Maybe that's why. Oh, my teammate's going relax. Okay. Then I'll just pass them. I'll pass them relax I find to them. I won't fight with them for it. Now that the song picked up a bit, I can hear it. Let's go. This is so awesome. Good song, Rec. Oh, I don't remember what I picked last time. Okay. Got extra health and extra attack. Slay. Ooh. Having a type early doesn't necessarily doesn't mean you play that type necessarily. Yeah, that's shitty true. I guess you just gotta wait for a key piece to come. But I hate to like try to get Murlocs and then my teammate be like, yo, what the heck? Also, I think this hero power works with Murlocs. Maybe I'll go Beetles, but we'll see. We'll see what the time warp gives. This song sounds like I'm at the beach and I'm asleep in the sand. And this is the song that's playing in my dream or something. Oh, yeah. Nice beefy bubble gunner. Kind of quiet. I felt like they were too loud, but now I feel like they're too quiet. I feel like Hearthstone as a game is so loud. Like, I have my master volume is on 18, and Hearthstone is only on like 7. It's so loud. Oh, I do not like time warped Pickle. I feel like I never get the triple from him, especially if I don't go first. Undead creation. Once per turn, choose on 2 minor time warp minions to transform into. Keep this minion's stats. I've never seen that before. Chanted lasso. Parzephyrs. Zephyrs? 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 Um, I was hoping I'd get something that would help out with the beetle. I don't really know if I want any of this. I guess I'll take this. Okay. Oh, I have an extra. Okay. I guess I'll take all of it. Oh. Is Golden Pirates still a build that is viable? Yo! Okay. Go friendly, minion from tier 6 or below golden. Pirates and elementals to gain extra 1. Do you gain gold? Give your pirates. Okay. What if we just like try our best? Oh, wait. Maybe we get one for free? Yo, we got one for free. Slay, 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 slay. And then get rid of all this random garbage. And then you can have this. And then, you can have this. Okay, have fun. And then, uh, uh, uh. No! I thought I bought that in time. Sigh. Don't look at the leftover gold. I know what you mean by the beach vibe. It's that pan in the background. Yeah, I didn't know it was called a pan. But yeah, I don't know. Nice little clinky thingy sounding good. Hi, Azu! Is she cooking? Man, I'm always cooking. Okay, maybe not in this exact instance. But I haven't lost a game yet. Well, okay, I lost my second game, but that's because my teammate, like, low-key left, and I didn't lose any rating for that. So technically, on paper, I have not lost yet. Pretty awesome. It's so hard. Yeah, I'm cooking so hard. Search up the Panyard C2 Let's Steal Pan? This feels like a sponsored post from, like, Hexclad. Okay, let me see. Oh, wait, hold on. Yo, I've never seen that before. That's nice. Did I even use this last turn? I might be cooked. I might be cooked. Oh, I was hoping for that. It's okay. Everything's fine. Hmm. Check out the battle cry of an adjacent minion. What? I don't. Do pirates have battle cries? Oh. Well, maybe they're telling me to do beetles. Like, maybe that would be better. Not exactly what I was building towards, but I don't mind swapping. I guess I'll just grab this to keep. Oh, do that. Okay, hold on. Let me look at this band. Oh, it looks like a dented hubcap. I didn't know that's what made like the beach sounds. That's kind of awesome. Someone pin the C20 pan. Pin it where? In chat? Why? Why would that need to be pinned? It's just like we want everyone new who comes in to look up a pan. Is Carrot trying to sell us a frying pan? I think so. I think so. Multi-level marketing with pans, surely. Have you guys ever been a part of a MLM scheme? I never have. But whenever I was like looking for jobs on Indeed, there were a lot of like suspicious MLMs on there. I'm glad I avoided them. Okay. Do you know the kind that gains stats from golden minions when you don't have golden cards? Yeah, I think I'm swapping the beetles though, cause my little buddy gave me these Rylak metal heads. Oh my goodness. So I feel like I gotta live up to that. I don't know what other beetles. Oh, that's only in the tavern. Okay. Glad I didn't play that. Listen, man, this editing shit ain't paying the bills on its own. It's not? What? Why not? Okay. I'm not even going this. Should use pants on Beetle then? Like I should remove the taunt from it? Oh, that makes sense. So that this still triggers. Boing. Hero, I summon thee, pin it. Hero is at work. You're out of luck, Buster. Uh, uh, no. Okay. I don't know how to play Beatles. Can I be honest? I I need. I think I need more things that give Beatles. Maybe, perhaps. Of course, it's not. I haven't been paid once. Mainly because I haven't completed the video or gotten anywhere near doing it. So, near doing so, and I have nowhere to pay out to. Oh, that does sound like an issue. That does sound. It does sound like it would be hard. Beetle, go! Yeah, look at that 8-5 Beetle. Oh god, I'm cooked. Beasts. Okay. Yo, take me back! Beetles are way better with Shimmer Moth Rip. Yeah, I did see that. Oh my goodness. What's my teammate up to? You got 2 base skills and you're not summoning nothing. Oh dear. You cast a spell. Summon a beast. Oh! Jungle King surely works with beetles. Discover a minion from your warband last game. I was not doing beetles last game. And I wasn't doing Murlocs. Okay. Oh, I can give that to my friend. What? Okay. Here you go. Go crazy. Ah, go stupid. Ah. Okay. Discover a Death Rather minion from tier 5 or higher. Give it reborn. Yo! Okay. Slaying, 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 slaying. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, I guess. Okay. Eventually, we'll put that out of the... And... I don't know why I have this. You can have that. Okay, I don't need that. If you summon a beast, give it D2. Appears after you cast a spell. Let me cast some spells then. I need the Titus Rivendare, I think. I don't really want that anymore. Oh. I was hoping for a scarab there. Okay. The Tad is free for you? The Tad. Naga Battle Cry 2? Oh, there might be latency. I am not seeing these messages until it's too late. We summon a beast. Give it 9-6. Man, I hope I don't die this turn. That would be kind of sad. Oh, man. The Murloc T2? This? Oh, that's not a T2. Do you sell a tier 2 minion and get a random tier 1 minion? You mean like if I sold the Tad had given me 2 things, and that makes it free? But I'm not cycling Murlocs, right? So what would that do for me? Time for another song. Get by household. Get by. Get by Jelly Roll. That's a funny name. Household. Isn't that cute? Oh my goodness. You cast a spell, give your beast too. I haven't seen that before. Oh man. We're so dead. Last place. Maybe I don't really get how beetles work. You prepared to hear their entire hibernation album, by the way? I'm so prepared. A waste tree at best gets you more money. But I'm afraid I don't get it. Like you get a gold from doing that? Um 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 Smirk emoji. Listen, we GG next. surely it will be so chill. Um Hopefully we don't have to go beasts anymore. I wanna go demons. Everybody please manifest demons for me. I don't know. I don't think I'm a big fan of the beetle build. I haven't really liked beasts in a long time. I think the last time I enjoyed playing beasts was Leapfrogger. Leapfrogger with like the mama bear. I think that was a good time. Wow, this is kind of nice. My goodness. I could have ran a whole 1 minute ad break in the time it took to queue. Mm. Yo! I wonder if it's like just my internet. My bit rate was red earlier. It's green now though. I don't know. I don't know. When you sell Tad, you get 2 minions. Those minions can have battle cries, and general cycling cards is nice if you have time anyway. I thought Tad only gave you 1 minion. Is this from the Time Warped guy? Sorry, I feel like I'm in class. and like the teacher asks like any questions and you already asked 2 questions and now it's like shoot. I still don't understand, but but I can't bring myself to ask anymore. Hmm. Meow 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 meow. Tad gets a Murloc and the time warp one since Tad is tier 2. Oh, I thought Tad was tier 3. X in a X in a forehead empty. Oh my god. I'm skipping this. Is that chill? Listen, not that I don't love that song, but I just feel like that's too much of a vibe switch. I don't know. I don't know if that's the vibe for this Battlegrounds game. Gain 2 gold, increases by 1 each turn. After you upgrade the tavern, gain 2 gold. There's no demons! Are demons just like Loki not in the game? Yo! I have not seen the skin. That's beautiful. I quite like that. I don't really like either of these too much. I think Crag is good for pirates, but I'm not good at knowing when to use it. Maybe Omu is better here. Debating what song I should do next. Thinking 9 steps ahead? Is that the name of the song? Or are you saying that that's you thinking 9 steps ahead? Deciding what song to queue up. No worries, sorry if it's getting annoying. It's not getting annoying. I hope it's not annoying for you. You're like, dang. This girl. This girl is not really using her noggin. I'm thinking 9 steps ahead, ultra brained mode. Oh. I can't even think of 9 songs. Well, I guess I could. But I'd have to really consider it. Check this out, look. Little pointy arrow is free. What? The first one the first one you buy each turn is free. I didn't know that. Yippee! Thank you for the follow, nice one, M. That's so exciting. This is so awesome. Okay. I think surf and surf, maybe. Maybe perhaps. Maybe perhaps. Maybe perhaps. Oh my goodness, 560 followers. Yo! I'm so happy. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Hmm. I don't think I've ever played. What's this guy name? Artanis? I don't know. I don't. I do not really understand how the Protoss stuff works. I avoid that like the plague. Baby doll Dominic Fikey. Yo, I like that one. Baby doll. Good taste. Bow, 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 bow. Followed by What You Know, Two-Door Cinema Club. Hold on. Baby doll is cute. But I gotta log in. Mm. Bow, 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 bow. Okay. I will be annoying you for like 5 minutes. I don't mind. Bow, bow, bow. Oh yeah. In the queue. Morchi? Is Morchi the name of that hero? On turn 5, visit the minor time warp. I've never seen a Morchi before. Yo. You can have this. Oh, I should have maybe appled it up. It's okay, it's fine. Everything is so chill. Hmm. Hmm. Bow, 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 bow. Okay. Ugh. I'm locked in. Ugh. Nothing in particular is speaking to me at this moment. I mean, I also haven't seen dragons. I was gonna say I think dragons is my favorite tribe to play. I feel like it's kind of hard and maybe not that good, but I but I do really like the play style of dragons. I think dragons and mechs are my favorite. But no dragons today, and no demons. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. I could start scaling immediately, but I don't have any divine shields. Bow, 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 bow. Is that good? That's not good to have taunt. I think none of these really want taunt. I'll give it to you though. Okay. I am down a minion, but they're kind of beefy. Not beefy enough, maybe. Wait, no, they are beefy enough. Look at that. Sheesh. Wow, 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 wow. Looks like my teammates Quillboring it up. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Cinema. Oh, yeah. Yippee! Okay, now we just need another decent mech. Okay, you look decent. Ooh, I don't want to pay to pass it, but I want to help my buddy out. I guess. I guess I'll buy it. I'll send it to you later. Hmm. Maybe maybe I can triple my red volumizer and put it on something else. So I'm not wasting the stats. One can hope. What? Oh, they sold their two things. And I thought I was helping them out. Sigh. Oh well. Maybe I should have pinged it first. Bow, 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 bow. I think we got a strong start. The surround board's pretty large. Like they have a pretty strong start too, though. I prefer doing VC. Yeah, could you imagine? Could you imagine if Hearthstone had like a voice client? I don't think I'd like that. I've never like joined any sort of voice chat. Those like client side. Like I know League of Legends has like League voice, but I've never touched that. I'm kind of scared that if people heard my voice, they would say mean things to me. Like that's never happened to me, but I've heard yeah, that's happened to other people. This is a mech. Is it good though? I don't know why the time warp give me pirates. I do not have a single pirate or an undead. I thought usually the time warp like tried to give you stuff from what you're going. Eyebrow emoji. Maybe these last two. Maybe those will be good or something. Okay, you can have that. Mm, I think that's looking good. Bow wow 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 wow. Bow 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 bow. First, playing League of Legends. Second, chatting in League of Legends. Sounds like a pretty bad idea. Aw, I like League of Legends. I'm an ARAM player though. I guess I don't really like normals that much. Well, I guess I don't. Oh, I didn't even notice I was there. I don't mind normals, but I have to be. I have to be playing with friends. You will never catch me playing normal League of Legends by myself. But I play ARAM by myself. I feel like it's a little less competitive. Oh, did this person leave? They had like a good build going. You get lucky, lucky for us, I suppose. Razor fin fan flapper. I'm sure I've seen this card before, but I've never looked at the art. She's kind of cutesy. Man, she really devoured with this song, huh? Like no crumbs left. No, I think that's my favorite Lady Gaga song. It's so good. Trying to think. I also do really like paparazzi. Where are you going? Oh yeah, Clipboards. Don't even worry. Don't even worry. I remember what's going on. Do you want this? I think there's some better, but this one is up there. Really? What? What's your favorite Lady Gaga song? Hello, do you want this? Okay, well, I guess not. You want this? I mean, I cannot be waiting for you. Ugh, buy it for you anyway. Not seen any mechs. Ah! Oh man, those are nice. Stealing gems in the tavern is great. You can use the. I don't even remember what it's called. You can use the like steal blood gems on the tavern one. I didn't even know that. I thought it was like if you're trying to like cycle Quill Wars, then you play that so you're not missing out. Dear Lord, that took a bit. I had to dive into my memory to remember some Japanese characters so I could turn them into emoji. Doki Meki Diary. Asimi Chinoso? Meki. Um. Okay. It's a Nekiu. Yup, if it doesn't say friendly minion, it goes anywhere. I just never even considered. Alright, here you go, Buster. Guess I'll take you. Man, this rapid reanimation is not doing much to me. I want the mech that's like death rattle get a volumizer. I think that would be nice. Look, free divine shield. I don't know if reborn is that good on Sensei though. I don't know. hope I'm not forcing a build. My faves from the popular ones are probably Alejandro and Guy, but she also has some really good deep cuts. Ooh, I don't think I know too many of her deep cuts. Alejandro does go pretty crazy though. Same with playing the Scarab that gives you Born and Winfrey. You can play it on tavern cards. Oh, why would you do that? I guess maybe if you're like passing. I guess I could have played my hero power for fun, but I don't get to do anything. Sorry, can you hear me slurping? Maybe that's unfortunate. Um, um, er, sorry. I want this little dude. Man, I drink all my tea and now there's just like boba at the bottom. But since it's not in liquid, I can't get it out. Oh my goodness. Why do you have a tier 6? You're tier 5? Oh dear, I'm only tier 4. So is my teammate. Sheesh. This is from the new Pokemon series? Oh, I haven't I haven't watched Pokemon. I've only watched some episodes from the Indigo League. That's so cute. I don't I guess that's better. Yo, never mind, I want this. Wham, wham, wham. Do not need 2 spots on your board to get Wind Fury. For do a Macaw, for example. Give it in the tavern and play it. Oh! Wait, that's so clever. I would not have thought of that. Okay, I'm gonna tear up because I feel like I'm like low-key behind as hell. Oh, I also have that. Forgot about that. Yo! Oh my goodness, thank you. Put you here. Yo! Give me that. Okay. Okay, things are happening. And then we're gonna give it. We're gonna give it Divine Shield and Reborn. Oh yeah. Should I get Taunt as well so that it procs its Death Rattle? Or do you think that'll affect the rally? I guess since it has Divine Shield, it'll probably be okay. Okay, I want it to be buffed by that though. These are nice. These are nice. Oh, I can do that too. Okay, things are working. These are all good. I feel like I can probably replace the little tinker. HP at 2. Shoot, I have not even been using my hero power. Um, um, don't look at that. Don't look at that. Don't perceive that. Oh my goodness. Why do all my sus songs keep playing? Whatever, it's fine. I did? I did? I thought I gave it reborn. Okay, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm in flow state. Don't even worry. Oh, we're against the dead guy. Slay. My goodness, my teammate's doing good. Their blood gems are 9-5. Let's see what you got going. Hmm. Looks good. You got a Rugug. You want another Rugug? Here you go. Hmm. Maybe I don't want to replace this. It's so big and beefy now. Um, Titus? Was there a Titus that I rolled past? um, yup. Oh my god, don't look at that. After I get tier 6, maybe it'd be good to get this. Maybe I should freeze for that. Um, Needling Crone? Are you... Needling Crone wouldn't help this guy. He doesn't have the what's it called? The bonker? I don't really want any of this. Bam, bam. Oh no! This is so sad. Oh my goodness. Um. Wait, maybe it's a good thing that I was down a slot, because the reborn could do its thing. Although it's not really helping me with my hand being full, huh? Medicine Sasuke Haraguchi? Gucci? Medicine. Medicine from the Naruto guy. This is so awesome. It's Nakiyu. Oh my god, that Fillboy is so large. Oh yeah. Going back, making some noodles. What kind of noodles? That sounds so good. The games are going alright. Mm, things are like maybe sus at the moment. But surely, surely I can fix them. Do you want this? Oh wow, thank you. Bam, bam, bam. Oh my god, thank you. Can you respond? Do you want this? Sigh. Okay. Sorry, I'm I'm so locked in. New hero power. Their friendly minion kills an enemy, give it one attack. I guess this is like literally free. Yo, I want that. We sell this. We put this on this. And we do this. And then I want the Wind Fury Tavern spell little guy. Titus? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay. Okay, we're going crazy, I think. Probably gonna need some scam. Yeah, maybe this is a Leroy situation. Guess his name is Sasuke Haguchiha now? Surely. Surely that's his name. Good, cheap, instant ones. Chicken flavor. Ah, I love chicken flavor noodles. It's so good. I have like a ramen, like a teriyaki chicken ramen instant noodles in my pantry. Maybe I'll have that for lunch too. You. What is you? Ugh. Can I win this? Can I win this? Be honest. Well, not like this specifically. I'm eating this guy's brains out right now. What, can I win the game in general? He's struggling to pronounce Haraguki is my new favorite thing. Is it good? Is it Gucci or Gu Gookie? Gookie. Gookie from Pokemon. Shout out to that little guy. This fight, yes. The game, Yo! Don't say Don't say Really living up to your baka name, huh? Don't worry, I'll find a Leroy and it'll be fixed. Oh, I need this. 3-3 is not enough. Maybe, maybe we try again for another hero power. Oh, I don't have any battle cries, but I like Snicker Snack a lot. I guess I could do that for cycling purposes. Yo, do you want that? Where are you? Oh, okay. It's in your hand. I was gonna scream at them for not having root gugs anymore. Do you want this one? I'm feeling good today. Haraguchi. Okay, Gucci like Gucci gang. My teammates hate me. They never look at my pings. This would be really good. Ah! Just buying random stuff. Oh, man. Damn, y'all are making me hungry. I low-key only ate a pretzel today. I hope it was like a soft pretzel, like a big one, and not like one tiny, like little palm-sized, like cracker. You skipped a few of these, by the way. Uh, uh, uh. Listen, you just like don't have to tell me that. Listen, we can just pretend like I didn't. Sigh. Look, I'm winning. Don't look at that. The fact that this guy's already dead. Look, I just ate him up. One singular palm-sized cracker pretzel. Sigh. Eat it up. Eat it up. Eat it. Eat it. What would help? Is there anything that's like when you magnetize, like go crazy? I want this. I want this for the Wind Fury. I think that would be helpful. This would be crazy. Okay, looking for utility drones or whatever the little goober is. I'm not seeing any little goobers. Maybe we get it from this golden. Fast mentioning Gucci Gang in the year of our Lord 2026. Oh my god! Check this out. Listen, I was a Gucci Gang enjoyer. Is that so wrong? Is that so wrong of me? Do I get rid of Titus? I don't know what I'm doing. I feel like should get rid of like one of these, but they're so big that I feel like the Titus just is not scaling as much. If that was a bad choice, don't tell me. Just ignore that. Oh, I should have sold that. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Eat it up. You want this? I can't pass it. I can give it to you next turn. Eat it up. Eat it up. Eat it up. No! It's fine. We have so much health that even if we lose this one, it'll like be so fine. It's a soft pretzel with some iced coffee. And I was good to go, but now I'm hungry as hell. I don't know if this is true, but I feel like every time I have iced coffee, it like makes me not that hungry. Like I've tried to have iced coffee with my breakfast sometimes, but if I drink too much of the iced coffee before I eat all the breakfast, I'm like, man, I'm so full. She was vibing the Gucci Gang. Can we sign request Gucci Gang? Yeah, we can. Drake Bell has a song called Gucci Gang? Like Drake from Drake and Josh? I don't think I needed to know that. Anyway, Gucci Gang is cute. Yo! Never mind. Never mind. They're actually gonna do 36 damage and one-shot us. Ugh. Sigh. It's fine. We still get MMR for second place. Man, I feel like I was... We were not doing that bad. Like, crazy. Let me give you another song by that guy so you can try to pronounce his name correctly this time. Hitomania. Sasuka Haraguchi. Did I say it right? Hito. What is a Hito? I only know this song because of FNF. Hashtag, hashtag nerdier than nerd. Wow, that's so awesome. I I want to go take an ad break, but I don't want the ad to be playing while Gucci Gang is playing because I don't want anybody to miss out on it. So maybe I'll put a random song first. Okay, we'll put Billie Eilish first so that you guys don't have to miss out. Why do you change how the first part is said? It's like the Naruto character Sasuke. Sasuke? Um, I don't know. Every time I open my mouth, it's as much of a surprise to me as it is to you. And that's just honest. Why is Upside Down tagged as a new redeem? Oh, it's because when I was collabing, I turned it off. I turned it off so that I would not have to um like stop the collab. Because it was also a hand cam. It was on Valentine's Day, and I did not want like mid cake eating session to like have to tab out and do that. Okay, hold on. Where's Google Chrome? Okay, please enjoy some baby sensory while I take an ad break. Ah! Okay, maybe don't enjoy it that much. That was a bit much. Okay. Okay, look at this. Check this out. I'll be back soon. Oh my goodness, I'm back and Gucci Gang is playing. Hi. Do you like the fruits and vegetables dancing to Gucci Gang? Is this kind of awesome? I feel like I don't want to interrupt them. Look at them. They're going crazy. Can't get sniped with a gift you by shrimp to avoid these ads. Oh, I hope there are such good ads. I wish I could choose the ads that you get. But like, new from Lego Batman. Be like the Sprout Mole fella in Amori? What? Oh, you guys should have stood on your forehead. On your forehead? Yo! Even if you do a headstand, it's not on your forehead. That's crazy. That's me right there. Oh my god, there you are. The corn has a magnificent forehead. Okay. I think that's enough baby sensory for you guys. That was weird. Don't worry, you don't have to read my messages. No, don't read them. Oh, man. Thank you. Thank you for that, Azu. That was so wonderful. I low key during the ad break, I stared in my pantry for like 2 minutes looking for a snack. I was like, It's not that I don't have snacks. It just like didn't feel like anything. I was like, tortilla chips, no. Chocolate chips, no. Animal crackers, no. And I settled on a slice of white bread. Kind of awesome. Bet y'all didn't know I had moves like these. It is quite impressive. Also, I have heard this song. I've heard this song many times. It's like literally in my like songs. I guess I just never paid attention to the title before. So good call, Carrot. Okay. Do you guys think this teammate will look? Their name is Magic Turtle. Do you think that's a good sign? Surely this one will listen to my pings. Oh, I haven't seen that skin before. Okay. Um. Oh wait, Demons and Dragons are in. Okay, okay. This is so exciting for me. I don't know if Onyxia is good for either of those. Go Omu again. She took 2 minutes for a slice of white bread. It's true. You know, sometimes you just gotta go back to basics. I don't know. I don't know if this is controversial, but I think I like just regular like raw white bread better than I like toast. I don't know. There's something so nice about the texture. It's like so squishy. Sasuke stuff is all over. I don't know where I found that one. I don't know if it was just like recommended one time or if I saw it in an edit or what. But it's pretty good. Maybe they all mute teammates. Can you mute teammates? Oh, you can. That's crazy that you can mute people because it's just pinging. Like, surely that can't be that annoying. Do I have teammates muted? I don't know. I love Sasuke's random sounds he puts in songs, especially the classic You. I do quite like sound effects. She just eats the dough. Yummy dough. Bread is greater than toast. I agree. I guess sometimes you're in a toast mood, but I think it depends. I think toast is better if you're wanting something sweet, because then you can put like cream cheese or like jam on it. You can't really put jam on uncooked bread. But I would say, oh, I forgot about that. I would say for the most part, I just like uncooked bread. Like heading to college, have a nice rest of stream. Ah, thank you. I hope class goes so well. I hope you learned so much about psychology. I put jam on uncooked bread? Oh, yes you can. Well, I guess it's not that you can't, but it like doesn't spread nicely because the bread is squishy. And I just feel like that's weird. It would like soak it up, right? I don't know. I think that's a little crazy. I think your bread should be a little bit crispy if you're trying to spread stuff on it. Um, demon or dragon? Bow, 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 bow. Hmm. Ba-da, 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 ba, 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 ba. I don't know. Maybe demon is easier. Bow, bow. Hi, Jen. Thank you for the stretch and hydrate. They remind me I'm not going to college. Not after that. Yo, I'm not gonna take this from somebody who had a mayo raisin butterfinger sandwich with spam on it. I'm just not arguing with you. uh, is it a sponge? It spreads fine. No, it like squishes in weird. I think it is like a sponge. I don't believe you. See, if you mean uncooked bread, like not like uncooked like the dough, but like just not toasted. Like you get a pack of sliced bread and you just like take a slice out and you don't do anything to it. You know? Take it from a where? What's the super squishy bread you're eating? Like I don't I don't know. I just feel like it doesn't like it doesn't spread nicely. It'll like tear up and be weird. Maybe you're eating dough. I'm not eating dough. And I'm not taking it from Aware. Aware told me to like put an entire lemon in a blender and drink it. How much fruit do you spread with? I I don't know. A normal person amount, I think. I don't know. I remember I tried it one time and I was like, this kind of sucks. Like when you try to make like a PB&J, I just feel like it's not working. You should try eating bread someday. I did. I just had a slice of bread. Mission complete. It was pretty awesome. The bread is breaking apart at the seams. I don't think it's a normal person amount. No, but it's like you like squish it down, and I don't like that. I want my bread to be fluffy. Do not make fun of my natural fruit juice. Sorry, I'm making fun of your natural fruit juice. Hmm. I was kind of hoping for a demon. Are you going Naga? I can give this to you. Go crazy, go stupid, If I do this and I have two golden, that's not as good. What are the chances I play this and it doesn't eat this one? Pretty excellent. Let's go. Let's go. Never understood PB&J. Yeah, that's kind of real. I just don't like peanut butter at all, so I never really had them. But so I would just have jelly sandwiches, but like I don't know. That doesn't feel like a good hearty meal. It just feels like a little sweet treat, and I'd rather be eating something else. I'm running late because of Frost's unnatural spreading strength. When it comes to untoasted bread, I have to head off. Man, don't blame me that you're late. Sigh. Goodbye. Goodbye, Azu. I hope you learn about bread. Um, Amygdala's ragdoll. Go stand, pals. Amygdala's ragdoll. It's in the queue. That mouse made that mouse grip made her hands too powerful. Whenever I go to judo, I have been told that I have a really good grip strength. So maybe that's real. What can I say? I be grabbing. As if PB&J was a good hearty meal by comparison, well, at least the peanut butter like has some sort of protein. But yeah, not really. Like, I'd rather have like a turkey sandwich. I don't want any of this. Bing, bing. Okay. Maybe they should go up front so they're like Loki dying. We want these guys to die, and then we want to eat things from the shop. Is the unsatiable Ursel still in the game? Ah! I don't know why it doesn't let me drag. Okay, tier 5. We want this, and like maybe this. Okay. I just need to tier up nicely. I guess these soul rewinders are not doing much, but that's okay. Yup, but up your tavern tier. Um, Next turn I'll be able to afford it because I'll have 9 and that'll be 9. And it will be so awesome. Oh, maybe I should have got the Elemental. I guess I still can. Okay. Okay. Maybe buff in the shop. Ugh, unfortunately, these will not scale. Nothing to kill them. Oh, this is so nice. Meow, 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 meow. Yummy! Oh, I hope my teammate didn't buy the soul rewinder for me. I'm not doing damage demons. I can send that to you if you want it. If you want it. Sheesh! Ooh. It would have been so cool if that was the insatiable guy. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't really want that. Oh, you want the lava liquor too? Okay. No, you're against the dead guys. No need to empty your hand. More gold for next turn? Oh. I guess that's smart. I was just thinking I wanted this on the board, but I guess since it's not doing anything, there maybe no reason for that. Um, 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 I wish I had a pass spell. Spending 8 gold just to give my teammate good stuff. Can I have that? can I, can you give that to me? I don't think he's gonna give that to me. Mostly speaking about the eating one? Yeah, I think that's good advice. I didn't think about that. Mm. Man, I love Trigor. I don't see people playing Trigor as much lately. Maybe he doesn't scale as fast anymore. I feel like he used to get so huge. Yo! Ragnaros. My goodness. Maybe just maybe wait until he plays spells on Rakas. Okay. What? I think he should have both of his SD shakers out instead of keeping that in his hands. What are you? Okay, play this other's SD. No, I'm not doing damage. What are you doing? Get rid of a reefer. You should be. What? Play this first. Play this first. Please? Put this on your board. You need to be doing your deep blue crew. Okay. Man. Maybe he just doesn't know. I can't be too hard on him. I feel like Zesty Shaker build is kind of an older one. I'm surprised he doesn't know how to play it. But that's okay. Wow. He already sold Deep Blues? Oh, he already used Deep Blues. So whatever. Sorry. Well, maybe it'll still scale alright. Just surprised you would pick a reef river first. Hmm. Or maybe he's looking at my build and being like, "Yo, what are you doing?" Oog. Man, if only I didn't have to spend my entire last turn giving stuff to my buddy. Oh well. Discover 2 tier 7 minions? Is the tier 7 demon good? I feel like it's not terrible. I think it's the only thing I really want. Yeah! That would be so awesome. Thank you. Mm, this has reborn. You can have this. Is Sight just still banned? I'm not sure who that is. Buy a minion, give it 10/10 and double its stats? Okay, ooh, staff of enrichment. Sheesh. Okay, we're against dead guys, so we're chilling, we're chilling. We're chilling so hard. Oh, this has reborn? That's so nice. These cards sure are being played. Oh, yeah. You surely know what's going on. Yeah, I've never seen this before. Burgeoning whelp. Your whelps have 3/3 this game. It's cute. It's a little flower bush. Oh, I'll get another deep blue corner for my friend. I hope I hope we don't get third place. I hope we at least get second. Um okay, here you go. Please get rid of your reef river. You don't need that very much. You look, you don't need this very much either. But I guess you can do what you would like. Where's my aerosol? Guess I'll take this. Huh. I ain't got one. At least I got a flaming enforcer. I think that's pretty nice. 1819. Oh, okay. Sorry. They said, no, I need this. I just think the deep blue critter, they'll scale like they both are doing the same thing. You need this. This is your whole build. It'll scale better the more you play. Also, the Zesty Shaker still has a lightning bolt. So, did he not play anything on this? What is the point of having a Zesty Shaker then? Could have used the Malkazard with the anti-damage? The reroll thing? Oh, I thought I only had one cycle slot. So wouldn't I have to have sold something else for that? I guess I low-key don't need this anymore. Well, maybe it'll be good to have this when I get the result thing. If I get an result thing. I'm really flipping up the shop too much. And not eating a lot. Oh dear. Hmm. Hmm. My goodness. That one guy soloed both of our stuffs. Um, um, that's unfortunate. Uh, R.I.P. R.I.P. indeed. Oh yay! They sold the thing that I told them to sell. Please, please, I would like this guy, please. Uh, uh, it's so over. It's so over. Ah, no, that's so cruel. Man. Oh well. High self minion? Oh, it's gonna get eaten anyway. It's like extra cruel, huh? Sigh. I should have been looking at. I want to know if he's actually playing anything on his Zesty Shaker. That's why is it still an active thing? What are you up to, little buddy? Oh, this guy's not very big. I guess the teammate must be quite huge. I like the little dragon noises. Shout out to whoever voice acted for these dragons. They did a good job. Hmm. Can I deal with this? I don't think I can. Wait, maybe I can. I guess my teammates' skies are still pretty big. I just thought for sure that since this was a top guy in first place, it would have like been over for us. Maybe it says as active for you. Oh, like he is playing stuff on him. It just looks funny. And I just want to see what you're up to. Oh, I guess it does just show for me. That's good. Yo! Okay, and we're against the guy slaying. Maybe I should have teared up and tried for a fell bat instead, but I just really want my little insatiable guy. Oh, could give that to my friend. But maybe having two separate spells is better than a golden one? I don't know. I don't want to just roll my whole turn. Something about your streams makes me hungry. I want mozzarella sticks. What? What? What about this is giving mozzarella sticks? Mm, I'm not the biggest mozzarella stick enjoyer, but I do quite like marinara sauce. My spaghetti sounds really good. Velbor? Velbor. Don't I have to be casting spells for Velbor? Okay, maybe we just take a little emergency Leroy. Maybe that would help. This is bigger. I feel like I just need to replace this with something. I guess I can replace it with Leroy. Ah, that would have been so cool if it was the little insatiable guy. Oh. It's 50-50 on whether it gets eaten, huh? Oh, sorry, not 50-50. The 1 in 3 chance. I don't know if I survive next turn. But I guess we'll see. The background is kind of a cheesy color, and the tip of your tails makes me think of breadcrumbs. Oh. Bread. Man, I love bread. Well, do you have access to mozzarella sticks? So you mean 100%? No, because these are all 42, right? So in theory, it's only 33%. But maybe I'll just be really unlucky. No! Oh, this is so sad. Can you buy mozzarella sticks? Like, oh, I didn't eat it. Okay. Maybe we survive, perhaps. But, what was I saying? I'm sure, like, the freezer section of Walmart. I bet you could buy mod sticks. I have access to some chili cheese Fritos, though. Hashtag not sponsored. I wish you were sponsored by chili cheese Fritos. I don't even like chili cheese Fritos, but that would just be such a funny thing to be sponsored by. They're pre-made mozzarella sticks. I don't know if I've ever had those. Like, surely it can't be hard. Next time you go grocery shopping, you should get some mott sticks. Bow, wow, 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 wow. Oh my gosh. Holy staffs. Oh man, we're dead. Third place. Sigh. Please don't lose more than 20. You got spells for Filbor? I feel like that was the first time I got so many. That was crazy. Rest in peace, Filbor. I didn't think about you. Unfortunately for Carrot, the nearest mozzarella sticks are 30 miles away. Somebody delivered them some mozzie sticks. Bow, 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 bow. Ah. This is my favorite song right now. If you even care. Fritos, please sponsor me. I'll slip your product into every convo. I really like the. Are they Fritos? I think they're Fritos. They're called barbecue twists, and they're not like regular Frito shapes. They're like little corkscrews. And the seasoning is like so strong, so you can only have it every once in a while. But when the mood strikes, they are quite good. Can we get a Southwest Airlines sponsor? Oh my god, that'd go crazy. I hope so. If I got discounts on flights, oh my god. Oh my god. It'll make the holidays so much easier. Close. 18 miles, cause that's the closest store. Just go on a casual 18-mile walk. Us painted on an airplane. Have you guys ever seen like Frontier Airlines where the tail the tail of the airplane has like little animals on it? Yeah, imagine that, but it's me. It's my face. It'd be like this. Okay, now imagine that. Would that make you want to would that make you not want to purchase a plane ticket, or would that make you want to purchase a plane ticket more? Those are so good too. I hate Fritos. Aw. They are pretty salty. They are pretty salty. But I like them on occasion. I think they're good in chili. I can only handle a couple of them before I'm overwhelmed with the taste, but you're in the mood for them, they are gone. I agree. I agree. I would say like once every 6 months. One of the little vending machine bags of them goes crazy. Going on an 18-mile walk. BRB. Oh my goodness. Today. Yeah! Can you feel the start? Get back in there. Today, it was so nice out today. Maybe it still is. It was like, it's like 50 degrees. I went outside to like get some boba and I was like, oh my goodness, it's so nice out. And I drove with the windows down. One of the situations where I threw them up and I got sick. I get sick when I smell them. No! Cursed with taste aversion. That happened to me with fruit pizza. I think that's the only thing that's happened to me before. Oh, I guess it was like that with Pink Whitney for me for a while, but I got over it. I haven't had the twist in over 10 years. Do you hate chili cheese Fritos? I don't know. I think I don't like the powder that they put on the chili cheese Fritos. I don't know. Not my favorite. Not my favorite. But it's just good. It's such a pretty day for Hearthstone. It is a pretty day for Hearthstone. Oh my goodness, Cthulhu mentioned. Remove a friendly minion. Discover one from a tier lower. I feel like the fact that this is free is just a better option, but I like the look of Cthulhu, so we're gonna go with him. Only thing that I ever ate so much that I grew to hate was mac and cheese. I can't stand it now. Oh, that's understandable. On a monster hunt? I don't even know what that means. Then you can give a friendly minion 1/1. Yarp. That's really good for Wind Fury. Cthulhu, destroy my enemies and my life is yours. I think it says the other way around. I think you're supposed to pledge your life and then he destroys your enemies. It's dangerous ones. Sorry, DM review. Hero EP. Oh, how much hero work do you have left? Surely you can go home and take a nap soon. Surely you're off work in the next 2 hours. Right? Right, surely. Pace each turn. Each turn that you use it, or does it just scale naturally? I don't know. Let's see. Hero nap. Oh my goodness. Yummy nap. I took a nap yesterday at like 8 p.m. Whoopsie. I didn't even mean to. I was like eating dinner and I turned on Love is Blind. I never seen that show before, but I seen like YouTubers like react to it and like discuss it. I was like, this seems like a nice trashy thing to watch that like I don't really have to pay that much attention to. And I fell asleep. P 2 times. Okay. Hero, you're only 2 hours late to pin the pan message. Wait, Carrot, why don't you just ask Azu? Sigh, I guess I'll give you this buzzing vermin. Passing a tier 1 card feels bad. But I'll do it. I'll do it for my teammate. I got you. He said he couldn't? Wait, he did? Oh, he's probably on mobile. This is so sad for Carrot Chomp. 90 Day Fiancé watch along win. Oh my goodness. I don't know what streaming service that one's on. But I feel like I tried to watch it a while ago and they didn't have it or something. I think like maybe they used to have it on Hulu and then they took it off. Or something like that. I don't know. But I tried a while ago. And I couldn't. But yeah, that's some top tier trashy show. That one I would not fall asleep for. Hi, Drayton and Stretch. Thank you. Um. Hmm. Is the time really early? Oh, visit an extra timer on a random turn. Oh, man, I didn't really want it on turn 4. Okay. Um. Um. Boonavite is still good for Murlocs, right? Surely. Oh yeah, check this out. Oh my god, sorry, I didn't even pass the thing. It's fine, I'll pass it next turn. Need this for real. Oh my goodness. Just like sneak under a table and take a nice little nap. Go Beatles. Meow, 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 meow. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sussy. This guy's abysmal coding needs to be studied. I recently turned down their CPU usage priority, and now everything runs like 5 times better. I've never even heard of such a thing. I didn't. I didn't know you could turn down their CPU usage, but I guess I've never run into an issue. Oh, I didn't do math correctly. Can I get a play-by-play? Oh goodness. Um, you're supposed to just like sit in your seat and not really be looking at the screen. um, um, So I got two little murlocs. Um, and I'm putting Divine Shield on this one. Oh yeah. Um, and I'm looking for I don't know yet. We're just hoping. Oh, man! And my teammate keeps asking me to pass some things, even though it costs me a lot of money and I don't really have a build figured out yet. Okay. Fine. Fine. You asked so nicely. Okay, so now the play is where. Yo! Shrimp! Yo! Thank you so much for the raid! Hello! Hello, Shrimp Raiders! My name is Foss. I'm playing Hearthstone. I'm playing Hearthstone Battlegrounds. Um, 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 it's not going so well, but it could always be going worse. What were you up to? What did you stream? Hi, Shrimp. Hi, Boo. Boo, Boo Lynx? Lynx like a kitty? Hi. Retail. Shrimp. Yes? Hmm. Um. I low key, you're always doing art. Oh, the shout out says it's art. Yippee! Were you drawing D&D characters? Were you drawing D&D characters? You've been arting, yes. You've been playing. What's that other game you've been playing? You're playing something so that you could play Oblivion, right? Is that real? Is that real or did I make that up in my head? Do you sell a tier 2 minion, get a random tier 1 minion? I don't even know what tier 2 minions there are. Minions in the tavern. Tier 2 this game. There is demons. Okay, we're switching to demons. I think. I hope that's not a bad choice. Not this time. Oh, what were you trying? What were you trying? Oh man, this is not what I wanted. Sigh. Alright. Here you go. There's the thing you wanted. You have a full board. Me when I'm feeling resentful. Sheesh. It's fine, I'm regular. It's fine, I'm regular. This will this will work. Me and my 4 minions against the world. I played Reverse 1991 once, so I can play Oblivion. Yo! Wait, when are you playing Oblivion? A forest? Yo! I didn't know that stream streamed. Yeah! They are an artiste. They are an artiste. It's pretty awesome. Oh, when you sell this, your tavern spells give an extra 1/1 this game. Sheesh. Bow, 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 bow. Man, I hope going demons is not a mistake. I hope I didn't. I hope I didn't screw myself over a little bit. Probably Thursday. Not sure which Thursday. Oh, just one of them. One of them surely. This is so awesome. Thank you very much for the raid. That's so sweet of you. Time warp spore. Beetles. Okay, I think my teammate is doing some beetle business. Summoning 10 beetles. Please carry me to victory, teammate. Gotta go. Going to hang out with my sister. Yo, have so much fun! Have the most fun ever. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for the raid. Oh, this is not looking very demonish. Cause I'm a demon. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yup. Yup. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well, I guess we're hoping for the best. Bada 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 bada. You're only gonna play once? Maybe that was they're just honor bound. Yo, I am not sending you two things. Send me things, buddy. I don't want that. I mean, I guess I'll take it for the gold. Okay. Okay, fine. Maybe my lasso will get it, and then I won't have to pay for it, and then it'll be fine. You are. You are. Beasts, relax. Relax, beasts. Demons, demons. Undead demons. Maybe too many other people are going demons. I just feel like always having 7 minions in the shop is so good for demons. I think it's good for elementals too, but they're not even in this game. The demons... I guess there's 2 demon builds. You can do like damage build, where your demons like low-key hurt each other, but it buffs them up. Or you can do shop buff, where you make the shop really big and you eat the little guys in the shop. And I like the second one. And if I'm eating things in the shop, then guaranteeing that the shop is always full is so poggers. Ugh. Hmm. Okay, I did enchanted lasso that. So I guess it's their lucky day. Oh my god, Jakari goes crazy. Okay. Yes, eating his poggers. Oh yeah. Eat it up, eat it up. No. We do not like Reese's Puffs. They taste like peanut butter and that sucks eggs. Oh, this guy's kind of forcing Murlocs on me. It's like, maybe that's good. But I got it in my head that I want demons. Okay. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll leave it up to fate. What tier is the Murloc that you cycle? Tier 4? Am I tier 4? I am tier 4. I guess if I see that, I'll have no choice but to go for it. I was referencing that one spaghetti song. Catching strays. Oh! Sorry. Since you're a peanut butter baby, I just assumed you were referencing Reese's Puffs. I do like spaghetti. If you follow her when she's live, she becomes liquid? What? Oh, yeah. Shrimp is not binary, though. Shrimp is not a girl. But yeah, they do become liquid. I forgot about that. when I don't think I followed them when they were alive, so it didn't happen to me. But I do remember reading into them and that happened. And it was, I'm not gonna lie, it was a bit surprising. Wait, my teammate's kind of goated. Look at these beetles. Look at these beetles. Oh my god, we're beetling it up. You guys like beetles? There's a beetle in my bathroom the other day. And I went to go get a cup to like catch it and take it outside. But then when I came back, it was like gone. So I think a beetle moved in. I haven't seen him since. After your turn, give adjacent minions 2/2. After you play a 2 card from tier 3 blue, improve this. Oh man, it really does want me to go Murlocs. Wait. Free tier 6, give me that. I'll take this as well. Surely we get something so good. Yo! That's so good. Okay. Okay. Cooking. Yo! Okay. We're cooking. These two go crazy together. Because at the end of your turn, your demons each consume a minion in the tavern to gain its stats, right? So like all my demons are gonna eat stuff in the shop, and usually your shop like runs out. So if you have too many demons, like the last two won't eat anything. But since I casted a spell to make my shop always be full, then it can proc twice safely, and it'll just trust me, this is so good. It's so awesome. I gotta unfollow and refollow. Kind of awesome. Wait, do you want this? Do you want this? Is this good for your beetles? Okay. Here you go. Okay, now you just need more. More! More demons, please! Oh, yeah. Still need more stats in the tavern? Yeah. It's true. These should help. These should help. Is there anything that passively increases stats at the end of the turn that could work with the Jakari? I'm not sure. Oh, the Fellfire would work for that. Cause that would proc with the little enchanter girl. Okay. We'll look for him. It has been so fun watching you, by the way. Your vibes are just awesomely cute. Oh, Fire, that's so sweet of you. Thank you. Sometimes I get nervous um playing like strategy games that not everybody knows about. 'Cause I feel like I do kind of a bad job of explaining what's going on. So like I feel like maybe it's boring. But when people say things like that, it makes me so happy. I'm so glad. Fire? Okay. Don't worry. We'll rush tears. We'll get it. We'll get it. Is it worth it to put this on the board? Just so that they get a thing? Or would that just be like mucking up their hands? I don't know. Time for my Pika. My one and only. Okay, listen up. Listen up for your one and only Pika. Pika Pee! Oh. Wow! Let's go! God, it makes you happy? No, I'm happy. You're so sweet. Aww. That's so nice. Oh my goodness. Now I'm feeling extra motivated, and I think we're kind of doing a good job. I think we can get first place. We tied. How did we tie last turn against the dead people? That is a little concerning. But I think my teammate's going crazy sicko mode. Look at that Musa? Musa? Is that how you'd say that? It's quite big and it's got Wind Fury. The WoW got in my way? Uh-oh. For you, Pika? Okay. Okay, here you go. Nobody nobody do sound redeems. Pika Pia! I'm not aggressively sobbing, yo! I did it again. Don't even worry. You do not need to be sobbing aggressively. Or at least sob like in a in like a gentle way. Okay, do we win? Chigler is kind of a healthy fella. Um, hmm. I don't actually know if I win this. I'm doing math in my head. It's not going well. It's not going well at all. Okay, no, surely my teammate pulls through. Oh wow, the Nisao going for one menu is crazy. Sob cuter. Yeah. Cry more prettily. Aggressively sobbing because he said not to. Yeah, I don't even really know what aggressively sobbing means. Like, what is the aggressive part? Is it like you're breathing really heavy? Are you like screaming as you sob? I don't know. Oh, man. Okay, once I once I get something, it'll be better. Oh, I should have used my staff of enrichments first. Check this out. Oh, I was really hoping it'd be the little fell guy. Um, 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 Oog. Just got a message from my best friends, by the way. They forgot the 29th of Jan was my birthday, so they're planning on getting me a present or two soon. Things that you forgot? Maybe they just like never marked it down in the calendar. There's only a few people who like I know their birthdays by heart. Everyone else I kind of have to mark it down in my calendar to remember. Oh, this is so sad. Oh, womanizer, oh, you're a womanizer, baby. Okay. Maybe I should be putting Divine Shield on stuff. Okay. You eat that. Yo, I want that! I want that and it's gonna be eaten. Sigh. Goodbye, little buddy. Nice knowing you. Crying, screaming, throwing up, exploding. Is that like like in order or all at the same time? I'm now sobbing cutely by your command. Yeah. Crying, screaming, kicking my legs, throwing up, telling my mom about how I threw up, exploding, but out of view since I don't have a sub. Oh, that's understandable. Kicking your legs, like tantrum style, or like giggly, like crush style. Jason has been one of my best friends since 2023. It's been 3 years. I don't know. I don't know. I kind of resonate with that. Or like sometimes it's like if you ask me, like I know somebody's birthday, but like when the day comes, I just like don't know what day it is, so I don't think about it. I don't know. I feel like it's an understandable mistake to make, and at least they realized now. Tantrum style, my life is ending right now style. Oh, I kind of liked I liked the image I had in my head where you were like crying, screaming, throwing up, but then you like took a little random break to like have a little giggle and like kick your legs. But I guess your way is fine. Only three chances to remember. Oh, I guess that's a good way to think about it. Womanizer, womanizer, womanizer. What's my birthday? Don't look up. January 29th, 28th, 29th. I think. No, I should have enriched it first. It's fine. It's fine. It's not even a big deal, and we're not worried about it. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Oh my god, double fell batted up. Wait, I think we're like saved. I think there's no way this guy outscales me. I think I'm perfect and my build is perfect. And it's so over for everyone else. I just need demons. Doesn't even matter what kind they are, but I wish they were useful. Like it doesn't matter, but like, I'm hopeful. Okay. Give you divine shield. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, things are looking good. Look, the demons are all gonna eat with this one. And then they're all gonna eat again with this one. And then since this triggers end of turn stuff twice, my demons are actually gonna eat 4 times. And they're gonna be so healthy. So healthy. Foss has missed 54 of my birthdays? Oh. Georgie, are you 54 years old? Um, I'm so sorry. Um, I'll have to put it in my calendar. Okay, crying, screaming, throwing up, kicking my legs happily. Something about how I feel up, exploding out of you since no sub. Oh yeah, that's kind of awesome. Hi, chat. Oh my goodness, hi, Dilsey. Dilsey, how did it go? Are you healthy? Are you healthy and safe? Are you in any pain? Are you in any pain? I was sending you good vibes. Could you feel them? Oh my goodness, look, we're killing people. Oh my goodness, look, we're killing people. Look. This measly 6360 beetle is nothing for my ginormous, well-fed little guys. I'm home again. I'm hurt. Oh. Oh. I'm so sorry. I hope it's not too bad. I hope. I hope you get well soon. Who hurt you? I think she went to the doctor. She went to the doctor because her arm hurts. Wait, when I woke up from anesthesia and was woozy? What? Like your arm hurt when you woke up and now it doesn't anymore? Or are those two separate thoughts? I started telling the doctors and nurse that she did a good job. Wait, that's kind of precious. That's kind of precious. Oh, I want to tie this so it's not a demon. And this is kind of like a demon only situation. I should have teared up. I'm never gonna get the little fellbat, but sorry, not the fellbat. What are we looking for? This thing. But I think it's okay. I think we just like low key win the game. And it's chill. Okay. Looking good. I was like, why am I in a different room? Am I in heaven? Did I die? I was like, you did great. That's so cute. Last missed all my birthdays. NPCs don't have birthdays. What? NPCs totally have birthdays. At least some of them do. Gang, get ready to defend Dilsy's honor. What if... What if... What if it was like an accident situation and it wasn't that somebody beat her up? Then do we have to beat her up for like hurting herself? Oh my goodness, look. Look at them go. They're eating so much. Ugh. I'm so glad I went demons instead of murlocs. That's how it works on Forge? Oh man, that is on Forge. I possibly came out to them as trans, so that one's fuzzy. Like the doctors? That's kind of that's kind of precious. Like you felt so comfortable with them. You're like, good job, everyone. And then you're vulnerable with them. Master Uguay said there are no accidents. Oh. He did say that. I don't like the implications of that, though. You telling me... You telling me when I, like, spill my cereal on the floor? Like that... That wasn't an accident? I also told this one nurse I was proud of her, that she's come far. That was my experience. I felt comfortable because I was high on anesthesia. Aw. Well, I'm glad it went well. Tavern Keeper Nozdormu. This is Nozdormu? Why does he look like that? Hold on. I need you to see. This is Nozdormu, by the way. He's like a dragon. His human form. His eyebrows are so big, and he's just got a bagel on a plate. Kind of crazy. I really like Nozdormu. But I didn't know his human version. Or I guess he's not a human. I guess he's an elf. Didn't know his elf version was a goober. Interesting. Just realized I've been slacking while watching your stream. Choose a number 1 through 3. 1! 1, please. You weren't meant to eat that cereal. Why not? Why not? I want cereal. Oh my goodness, I have Fruit Loops and I have Frosted Flakes. But it's the Frosted Flakes with strawberries in it. Ugh, pretty cool, huh? Wait, I called them the Lord a lot? What? Do you, like, remember this? Or did they, like, tell you what you were up to afterwards? That's the worst one. I have to go back to editing now? Oh. Well, if there is an outcome you wanted, then why did you ask me? I think you should just do whatever you want. That's how I operate. That's why my boxes are still unpacked. I remember it? I thought when you're on this anesthesia, you don't remember it. That sounds kind of scary. Like, do you remember the surgery? I think I've only ever been on anesthesia one time. And I don't remember it at all. Well, I have to edit this video. But also, I want to draw. Hmm. What if you edit... Wait, what's the like productivity technique where it's like you work for an hour and then You have fun for 20 minutes and then you work for an hour and then you have fun for 20 minutes. Maybe it's not those times. Maybe it's like 30 minutes and then 10 minutes. I don't know. There's something like that. You could do that. No, I remember waking up. Oh, didn't know you were powerful like that. Elementals. Sheesh. Pomodoro? I think so. That sounds familiar. I've never done that, but I've seen people talk very positively about that. I was like, yeah, you saved my life. You're my hero. This guy nurse was like, yep, that's what we do. Aw, that's so sweet. Thought it was 45:15. Oh, it might be that. I don't really remember what the numbers are, but I know it's just like breaking up your productivity with having a good time. Work an hour, go for 20 minutes. Georgie, Georgie, I'm not I'm not gonna say you're wrong for that per se, but maybe maybe that one's more of an inside thought. I don't remember everything, but I remember them hearing me. You remember them hearing you. What does that mean? If they're the ones that heard you, how do you remember it? Remember them entertaining me. Oh, I see. Like they just kind of messing around with you. That's so cute. That's so cute. I'm glad it went well. Humoring you. That must be really refreshing as like a doctor and nurse. I don't know. My sister is she's not like a full-fledged nurse, but she's like a nurse in training. And it sounds like there's a lot of like cranky, rude people that they have to deal with. So I'm sure I'm sure somebody being like, "You saved my life," must be really nice. Wawa rubs off on me too much? Uh-huh. I see. Way to blame Wawa. Can't believe you. Oh, I didn't even look at my teammate. Hi, teammate. Oh, forgot this guy's name. Reno Jackson. Hello, Reno Jackson. I'll tip my hat to you. Hmm. Is the baller build good with Verdant Spears? I have to imagine so. Wowie. Look at that beautiful coin. What the? Oh, it's so six. That's kind of nice. Die. I guess it's worth the 1 damage. To be honest, I did not know Jenny and Tame Impala like knew each other. This song is crazy. Mm. Let me find another playlist. Upbeat mix, chill mix, R&B mix, 2010s mix. Okay, let's do 2010s mix. Sheesh! Oh my goodness. Okay. Should I tear up? I want to tear up. I want to buy more elementals. Check this out. We're looking pretty good, I think. Ugh. Ugh. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get those Fritos I mentioned. Yo! I hope your Fritos are so good. I've never played Ballers. No, but I've heard of them before. Surely, surely it's not that hard. You just buy Ballers and cycle them, and buy the tavern spell that gives you like max gold. I don't know what else do you need for it. And isn't there a spell that like gives you one of each baller? Ah, get me back in there. Also, I like this song. Yo, I like, I like her. I don't know if it's real or real. I don't know. I've never heard her say her name, but I like a lot. Well, you say tier 2 for that. Oh, really? You don't want any of this stuff? I thought you'd want this stuff. But what about this? This is tier 4. Wait, I don't think I know how to play it. Okay. I can say tier 2 though. Oh, I should have got that. I'll save for it. Ba-da-ba-ba. Oil? Oh yeah, we're striking oil. What do you fill your board with if you're just tier 2? None of these even look like stuff that you would particularly want to be buffing. Whenever a friendly minion gains attack, give it 3 health. The tavern is refreshed, double the health of its rightmost minion. Is that good? You don't only have to play elementals? No, but what else would you even play? I'm taking notes, but I'm not 100% sure what's going on. But, guess I don't really have to. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Not getting the right time warp to help, not gonna lie. Oh. Is there a specific time warp that you need? Um, 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 um. Mm-hmm. Yep, I know what's going on. A few that make it easier? Um, should I pivot to something else? Chinvala Buddy for starters, the one that adds an elemental to each whirl. Yeah, I guess if you stayed at tier 2 and you had an elemental each roll. And then it'd be like a 50-50 whether you got a baller. I didn't think about that. Where all these 7 minions in the tavern. Really? That would help? Is this the one? Oh, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. The game hates me. They wanted Tess to have it instead of me. Even though I really wanted it. Sigh. Yo! Hero ah? Ah! My hero! My goodness, my hero! My hero! Tess might have stolen it? Oh. So somebody else? You're going elementals. You're going elementals. You're. Oh my god. 4 people out of 8. Sigh. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We're so regular. Bam, bam. I don't even have anything to help my friends. Bam. Frosty. Oh my god, that's me. Oh my god, that's me. Oh, you want that? Oh yeah, here you go. Oh, I didn't mean to play that. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, don't look at that. Um, I don't even need to freeze. I don't really know. I don't really know how to play brawlers. This really is advanced super auto pets. It is. It is. Kind of going sicko mode. Well, I will say, I do think it's still easier than TFT. I think TFT is quite difficult. The whole carousel thing. Oh, oh, that one makes me sad. Oh, horse emoji. Oh, I don't have a horse emoji on standby. I wish I did. I'm so out of it. Skull emoji. Oh, don't be sorry. You're allowed to be out of it. I mean, I feel so bad. Is there a pass spell that's tier 2 or less? Ooh, there's not. I feel so bad. I'm so sorry. Is there an apology? Do you think this gets apology across? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I can give you 3 gold. Meow, 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 meow. Thumbs up smiling man emoji. Going to DEFCON 1 emoji. JFK emoji. What is DEFCON 1? Mm, I don't know how to help my friend. Oh my goodness, thank you! Bam, 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 bam. Oh, wow. So many ballers. Am I just like rolling for ballers? Like, is that the only thing I care about? Uh, uh, ooh. Ow! Oh my goodness. Meow, 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 meow. When do these gains attack from other sources? Wait, maybe that would be good. Man, the tier up button is looking so tasty. It's like literally free, and my guys are literally so small. Maybe I should have read a guide. Hmm. I'm sorry, teammate. On your turn, give adjacent minions 8/8. Repeat for each friendly golden. Do you bind elements looking at stats? That seems good. This is for like cycling. Maybe this will save me. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, snake oil, sip. I haven't seen that many snake oils, which is kind of surprising. Okay. Surely the behemoth is good. Surely I can like make it golden. Maybe that will help. Guys, I'm so scared. You're doing a great job. Oh my god, thank you. I'm trying. I'm trying a new build. I'm proud of you. Aw, Dilsey, I'm proud of you too. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, what if we just like go crazy? Is it worth? I think it's worth. Surely this is like the win condition. We just buy every elemental that we see. And then our behemoth goes big and chunky and it's so cool. I hope. Delete this VOD. I don't want anyone to know I said polite things. Frick off. What the? Dilsey. My VOD. Sigh. Alright, everybody. Dilsey said we gotta delete it, so I guess say whatever you want. Going into the abyss. Frick you. Acid rainfall. Sheesh. Oh my god, we won! Sheesh. Wow, I have not even been looking at my teammate. Oh my goodness, are you doing okay, buddy? Oh, you're doing so good. We've got 2 rewinder situations. Sheesh. Oh my god, thank you. Okay. Okay, get this garbage out of here. Oh my god. Yeah, this is so awesome. Give me that. Okay, okay. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're doing good, I think. Mm, should I sell this Saloon Keeper? Probably not. It's so big, but it, like, Loki does not really go with anything. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Everything is so fine. What are you up to? You buy a card, give your demons 8/8. That seems quite nice. Oh my god. Temperature shift. Sheesh. Oh, you made my thing gold. Thank you. We can get some venom. I don't know if it's helpful, but we sure will have it. Yippee! Mm. Ham. Ham. Can I can I get through two boards? I don't think so. Okay, okay. Okay, it's fine. There's a damage cap, so we're we're alive on 1 HP, and that's all we really need, I think. I think that's all we need to succeed. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. If only I had like a no me. I'd go crazy. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. You cannot have any more minions. Thanks, buddy. Goodness, so many coins. Why buy every elm? Because I have a behemoth, and isn't that what I'm buffing? I just figured that's how I would scale. Because otherwise, I just have to roll looking for ballers, right? Only buy if they're rightmost? Really? What are the chances the rightmost is an elemental? I don't know. I guess just from my perspective, I feel like if I'm spending my whole turn rolling, that's probably less worth it than getting some stats. But I guess I don't be knowing. I don't know. Howdy, howdy there. Hi, Rebel. Hi. Oh my goodness, how's your Tuesday going? Baller also. Oh. So only buy if they're rightmost or if they're a baller. But you don't think the little pink guy is worth buying? You don't think this guy you don't think this guy is worth buying? But he seems so helpful. In my hero power, you wanna like buy stuff, right? Your outfit is looking extra adorable. I just woke up after a 16-hour overnight shift. 16 hours! Oh my goodness. That's that's a lot of working. Um I'm glad you're off work now. Oh man. This is so sad. Also, thank you. Thank you for the compliments on my outfit. I quite like my bow. It's floppy. Oh man. The pink shit is waiting for yo! Guys, it's not because it's pink, it's because it boosts my stats. But it's like still pretty cute. Oh, I didn't even have one on my board. Listen, it's not because it's pink, trust. Sending 3 gold for 1010 doesn't feel exactly worth it? Really? I thought that would be worth it. Wait, hold on. Are pre-roll ads on? They are. I'm gonna take an ad break. I'm so bad about taking ad breaks. We gotta keep the pre-rolls off. Okay. Look at these vegetables dancing the Fallout Boy. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, I'll be back in 3 minutes. No clue how to play this game, but I support any Boston bargain. That's so sweet of you. Us is probably winning always. Real. Not last game, but just like in general, I'd be winning. Say the worm. What are you gonna do with it? Do you have like a little worm enclosure? That would be pretty cool. Did anybody ever have like an ant farm growing up? I feel like I saw ant farms like in cartoons, but I've never seen a real one in person. That seems that seems like not a great idea. I don't know. What if they escape? Kind of scary. Tuck it into my earthworm garden. Wait, that's so cute. My goodness, I can't wait for it to be warmer. I can't wait for spring because I have a balcony now that's like a little bit bigger, and I want to put plants out there. So I'm just waiting for it to be plant season. Had a beetle enclosure? Yo! Beetles? That sounds so nice. You're supposed to eat it. No, I'll feed them. That's so that's so interesting. I hope they're gummy if you're eating them. Is the beg for a sub so I can avoid Adam's method patched, or is shrimp pure? Man, don't beg shrimp. Don't beg shrimp. That's not fair to them. No begging in my chat or I'll like explode you. I'll stick my mods on you. They will live lavishly? How does a worm live lavishly? Is it like extra high quality dirt? They got like little hats on. Man, I wanna be. Would you still love me if I was a worm? And then follow up question: would you treat me lavishly if I was a worm? If the answer is yes. To me? Wait, that's cute. We're like all in a line feeding Awa our worms. My uncle is a farmer and used the beetle to clean cow skulls for sale/decoration. Oh. So the beetles ate like flesh? Flesh eating beetles? That's kind of that's kind of metal. Yes, the dirt will be thoroughly fertilized. Oh yeah. In my stomach. Oh, why do you want to eat a worm so bad? My goodness. My goodness. Bam, 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 bam. The beetle ate everything but the bones? How many beetles were there? I feel like cow skulls are quite large. Like, that would be a lot of work for just a few beetles. I feel like you'd have to have a bunch of them. People use anthill sweat as well. I would not have guessed that that was a method for cleaning bones. I assume you just, like, scrub it. Like, I bet scrubbing it's not very fun. I feel like just giving it to a beetle is a lot more fun. Ants! Oh my goodness. Ooh, and hide your ants. Here's gonna squash them. Oh my god, I have candy. Well, I have cough drops, but that's like kind of candy if you squint. Ah. Be the same for the worms, like it was for people in your vor phrase. Ooh, ooh. Wow, that's a deep cut. That's a deep cut. Haven't heard that one in a while. Yo, thank you. Thank you for the bits. Oh my goodness. Yo, this is so awesome. Thank you, Rebel. Almost time for care package. Are you doing well? I think I'm doing well. I think I'm doing well. I also did just put a cough drop in my mouth. So like I wouldn't complain if you did a care package. But I will say that gamer subs mixed with cough drop flavor might be a little funky. Jesus off to the distance. Ah. My storied past. Oh wow. Wowie. I love the lore. When did I like this video? I don't remember liking this. That's kind of awesome. Yo, are you guys seeing this? My scroll wheel is goofy as hell. Okay, back to Hearthstone. I think everybody should be out of ad jail. I think. Thank you for the hydrate! Hmm. Mike? Mike? Um, am I muted? I shouldn't be muted. Um, testing, testing. Ruff, 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 ruff. Ruff, 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 ruff. Can you hear me? I'm muted and unmuted. I don't know if that fixed it. Meow. Meow. Well, that doesn't necessarily answer my question, but I do like to see a meow. Meow, 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 meow. That doesn't answer my question either. I can hear you. Yippee! I'm so glad. Nya nya. Time spells give an extra 1/1. And what is our anomaly? Oathstone summoning. Minor time warped minions enter the tavern pool on turn 7 and major ones on turn 10. Oh wow, so you could just have all of them if you wanted. I don't even know what the options are. Okay, I don't really know how to play that. I think I like Ambassador Phelan. It feels kind of mean to my teammate, but surely we scale and it'll be okay. What's wrong with my sound then? Um, um, wait, maybe this is the thing that was happening to Mick, but instead of not hearing Spotify, you can't hear me. I'll send some helpful emotes. Surely, surely they know what that means. You play Naga gain 1/1. Proved by every 4 spells you cast this game. Can you cycle Naga? I've never seen a cycle Naga thing. I'll try. Oh, I should have done Crooner. I just saw Naga and got excited. It's fine. Is there a cycling? Is there a cycling thing going on? Cast this spell, give your minions 2 health. Yo, let me read my book in peace. Poor Ella. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, none of these seem like you would need to buy and sell them a lot. I'm not really sure what you're supposed to do with that. Eat them. Oh, I guess maybe I should have teared up to play my thing. But it's okay. My teammate wanted that thing, and surely that's enough to help. Probably better value proposition. Yo! Yo! 9 months! Oh my god! Oh my god, we got to 9. Thank you so much, Hero. That's so sweet of you. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. OMG, OMG, OMG. OMG. I've been birthed. Wow. Happy birthday, Pooklet. This is so awesome. You have BBQ beef brisket, fried squid, rice, and veggies for lunch. Sheesh. Is it white rice or oh no, sorry, you said fried rice. No, you said fried squid and then comma rice. Is it fried rice or white rice? Or secret third option rice? Oh man, I want rice. That sounds so tasty. It's fried rice with veggies. Let's go! Oh, delightful. I hope it's so yummy. I hope it's so yummy. Man, I love this song, but it's kind of sad. We need some upbeat vibes for to save this game. What a hearty lunch. I like a hearty lunch. Pretty awesome. I kind of locked myself into playing Naga, but then I'm not really seeing Nagas in the shop. I hope I'm not cooking myself too bad. Um, oh man, I thought that'd be a one cost and then I'd be able to have it for free. It was a headphone issue. Oh, yeah. Me when my headphones die. Exploding emoji. Do you guys usually watch on like the Twitch app or on PC? Or is it like a mixture? This song is so good. It is so good. I like it. I could hear your music though. You could hear my music but not my voice. That is very surprising. I really don't know how that works. I'm so sorry for your loss. I'm a mixture. I usually lurk at work. That makes sense. That makes sense. I think I almost exclusively watch Twitch streams on my computer. But sometimes if I'm like walking around doing chores, then I'll have it open on the app. What did you say? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is some grandpa behaviors. What did you say? I asked if people usually watch at like a computer or on their phone. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, okay. We can work with this. Is Deep Blue Crooner tier 3? Sad if true. Tier 4! Oh my goodness. Sad if true. Man, dot 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 phone. I wonder. I was gonna say maybe audio issues happen more likely on phones. But Meg said earlier that her phone was fine. That her PC audio was goofy. So I guess there's just scuff no matter what you're doing. Okay, my teammate's going Dragons. Looking good so far. Twitch in general is buggy. Oh man. You hate to see it. Yeah, I was Twitch whispering someone the other day. And I don't know. I don't know, it's quite buggy because it kept saying that I had like unread messages every time, like even when I would read them. And I'm a kind of person where like if I see notifications, it's like, oh, I have to clear those immediately, and they just would not clear. Give me min 2 for each friendly Naga. That's a max of 12, and this is just 12 attack. I could go combination. I still think this one's better. I wave my fist angrily at Big Purple Corpo. As you should. Understandable. Should I give this to my teammate? I feel like I should, but I'm like behind a minion. So maybe perhaps I will not. Bow, 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 bow. Okay. 10-10 looking good. Wait, one left. What? I just played my spellcraft. Why did it say one left? I'm not really sure what that's about. Ah, not a bad fella to roll into. Okay, our Nagas are gonna be so big and beefy and awesome. My teammate's gonna dragon it up. I don't really know what my teammate needs. I haven't really done much of summoning dragons. I usually just do persistent poet with Targosa. Beef them up instead of summoning. But I guess if I see any dragons that look good, I'll try to help them out. Meow meow. Ouch. Ouch. A time warped fella. I don't even know if this is good for me, but the stats are so juicy. I feel like I gotta take it. Feel like I should. Within 6 damage, give a friendly minion of each type 1/1 permanently. Meh. I more just want Nagas. Yo, Vinton, thank you for the stretch and hydrate. Hi. It's good to see you. Okay. Well, look, we don't even have to choose between the two. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's better than 12 attack. It must be bugged. I don't know why it still says 1 left. Weird. Gangnam Style again. Shays! Spotify's like, wow, she loves this song. Play it twice. And honestly, they're not wrong. Oh, yeah. My exit song. Oh my goodness. You're like walking away, sashaying away while your song is playing. I'm glad. I'm glad I could give you a proper send off. I hope you have a great rest of your workday. I hope it goes so smoothly and everybody is so nice to you. Oh my goodness, this Wrath Weaver is humongous. Save me! Oh my goodness. I'm pulling up, Pookie. I'm pulling up to your place of work. Ugh. Okay. Okay. I feel like I've lost the last few games, so I gotta really lock in here. Wait, this is Tavern Spells. This is not even that good. No, this is just spells in general. Get this out of here. Ember Guardian, good. I mean, they've had Tarek for a while. And there's nothing buffing it. That's sad. I feel that. Saver! Help is on the way! This is so sussy. This is so sussy. I need a zesty shaker and a deep blue corner. And then I'm solid. Dragons are definitely like a late game. I don't need that. Definitely like a late game kind of class. So I need to be like carrying my teammate and I can't. I'm struggling. Just found out that Super Auto Pets is crossplay. Is there an app? You gonna play super auto fits on your phone? It's so awesome. Oh, have a good look, Hero Ham. We miss you already. Oh, there is an app. I know somebody told me there's like a browser you could play on a website. I guess I didn't know there's an app. Maybe somebody told me there's an app, but I sure forgot. Oh, this is not looking so awesome. Ouch. Oh, how can I help my teammate? Your dragons need some help. Okay, fill your hand with random spellcraft spells. You summon a minion in combat. Get a copy of Deep Blues. Oh my goodness. You play a Naga, give all your Naga 3/5. Ooh, that would synergize pretty good with Groundbreaker. Okay. Okay, we're cooking. I think that genuinely will help so much. Bam, 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 bam. Should I tear up? Should I tear up? I need. Well, I guess I don't super need, but I would really like a zesty shaker. I was the one who told you about the web. My my SAP web player. Did you know there's an app? Maybe that would be easier. I don't know if the web like version is buggy. Deep blue corner, give me that! Yippee! Oh, I don't even have a way to summon. I thought I had the thing that summons a crab. Oopsie. Hmm. What do I get rid of? I guess that. Oh my god, crab. I'm gonna give it to my lava lurker so she's always summoning. Oh my goodness. That was so scary. I thought I was gonna run out of time. I mean, I did run out of time, but I thought it'd be even worse than that. Oh my goodness, my teammate has a Fire Forge Evoker. Okay, so now we're at the point in the game where we've both got our builds. We just have to survive, and we will scale so good. Just off to a shaky start. That looks like a bit of a problem. Um, yikes! I don't think we got this actually. Man, we just got our builds too, and now we are dead again. And Sans is playing. This is goofy. Aw, man. Ugh. Sigh. Minus 74. Sigh. Ugh. Fourth and then fourth. Oh, okay, we got first. And then third. And then second. That like averages out to not that great. But not as bad as I thought. Hmm. Hmm. I'm debating on if I've got another one in me. I'm kind of hungry. I'm kind of hungry on one hand, but on the other hand, ending on a loss. Hmm. But I guess there's nothing saying that I wouldn't lose again. Hmm. Okay, maybe one more. I'll really lock in for this one. Surely. It's getting hungry in here. Yeah, y'all got any worms? Ow. Hmm. What to have for dinner? I really wish I didn't use all my milk yesterday. I used all my milk yesterday. Today is pancake day. I think it'd be cute to have pancakes for dinner for pancake day. But making pancakes with water is not the same as making pancakes with milk. So it's really a tough choice. Tier 7? Beast, Dragons, Mech, Snuggle, Undead. I'm gonna go for it. Surely I'll get lucky with this tier 7. A worm eater! Ugh, yeah. Like in a low-key way. A low-key worm eater. Ooh. I like both of these. I think Obsidian Ravager is my favorite. Dragons is kinda tough though. Kinda rough. We gotta rush tiers to get fire. Ugh, to get Fireforged Evoker. Okay, and my teammate is Stormpike. Unlocks on turn 7. That's quite late, but it'll be good when it does unlock. Uh, oh, I missed a call. I missed 2 calls from 2 unknown numbers. Well, surely if it was important, they would leave a message, right? I never call people back unless they leave a message. Tear up. Surely. Surely rushing tears is smart. Goodness. Oh, this has been happening so much lately. I feel like there's soap in my eyes sometimes. Like I didn't even rub it or touch it or anything. Just sitting here. I genuinely think sometimes my sunscreen will just randomly get in my eye. And I don't know how to fix it. Ugh. Ouch. Okay. When you're playing this guy, you gotta buy every coin in the shop. Very important. And it's good if there's pirates in the game. So you can get some gold. But we are not living in that reality. But that's okay. Hmm. Okay, it looks like my teammates got a little undead thing going on. Ugh. Ugh. You know it's getting serious when you have to, instead of sitting on your legs, you gotta sit with your leg like pointing towards the ceiling. Well, not the whole leg, like the kneecap. That makes sense. Pretzel style. Oh man. Oh man. I hope we make it. I hope we make it to late game. Do I dare tear up? What's my teammate gonna do? What? Wouldn't it be better to buy something than to roll? Okay, well, I'm not gonna tear up because I don't think my teammate is really necessarily um spending money the most wisely. Bow, bow, bow. If Taragosa permanently keeps stats gained in combat, does the rooster damaging it? Like, is that kept? I didn't really think about that. But surely it keeps the plus for attack. Surely I can just scale them up a little. Ouch! If only my teammate bought a minion instead of rolling 3 times. Oh, they did keep the health. Okay. I think this scaling will be good enough. Okay, and we can buff my teammate a little bit. Look, you don't even know if I want it to be golden. I guess discovering from a tier higher is worth it. This is so behind. Oh, okay. I think they're actually going mechs. Seems like they're liking these volumizers. 33 gold away. That's not too bad. Rah. Oh yeah. Optimal. Oh. Not optimal. What the? Um. Huh. Ouch. Okay, but when okay, but when we get to the late game, we'll scale so good. Give this minion and its neighbors stats equal to your tier. This is good for my Tark. I think I'd rather have Divine Shields though. Ow! Hmm. Scale faster! I'm trying. Guess I'm not trying that hard. Fellhorn, give your other demons and beasts 1/2, then deal and damage them twice. I'm not going demons or beasts. Why did you give me this? The rooster is just buffing my dragon. I I I don't want that. Thanks, I guess. Sigh. Maybe it was just a random tavern spell that was like, oh, pass your teammate a random thing. Maybe that's all it was. Oh, wait. I shouldn't have done that. The rooster's not gonna do anything with that. Okay, it's okay. We can put it like that. Okay. 25 gold left. Okay. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. I'm gonna scale so fast. I don't really know why my teammate isn't playing his volumizers on his little gnome guys. Must be saving them for something. much. Okay, I tied. Not bad. Now let's see what you got. Okay, not bad. I think we win this. Oh, I think we don't win this actually. I think I did math wrong. Oh man. We haven't won a single combat, I don't think. Actually. No, lose streak. That's okay. Can I afford to? I feel like I have to tear up. I feel like there's no other option. I guess I'll give Divine Shield to this. Okay. Huh. Okay, that will help. Oh yeah, looking good. Let me see. Let me see. I'm spending gold. 15 gold left. Next turn I'll get 10 gold. So in 2 turns I should have the Obsidian Ravager. Ah, yeah, but it's still a little ways out before we get the Fireforged Evoker. I need this as soon as possible. Getting these 3 would be amazing. But I don't think I'm gonna get my hopes up for for getting 3. I'll just hope really hard for 1. Okay. Oh yeah, we totally eat this guy. Oh wait, the beetles are kind of big actually. Maybe we don't totally beat this guy. But like we maybe beat this guy. Oh yeah. Huh. Yeah, I wasn't even doubting us. Oh, I got a beetle fella. Yippee. Our first win! It's all uphill from here. Oh, I wish I could give these to my teammate without spending all my money. I'll give him this one though. There you go. Oh yeah, Dance Emoji is right. Okay. What do I replace? Guess I don't really need a new rate roaster. Yo, thank you. Actually, I don't know if this is better than a doting Ju Ju Juxthier? Jackier? Juxthier? I guess it can just chill. Just chill in my hand for a little bit. But Amber Guardian isn't even that great for me because I can just give my guys Divine Shield. But if the 2/2 hits the target, that'll be good. Oh my goodness, and next turn. Next turn we get Obsidian Ravager. I probably could have got it this turn if I sold stuff. But it's fine. It's fine, it's fine. This guy's going dragons as well? No, they're just using dragons. Well, they have dragons, but it seems like they're scaling undead, so I'm not really sure what they're doing. They might be mid-pivot. Yippee! Okay. Go, teammate, go! You're doing a great job. Oh, and my teammate got the hero power thingy. So now we stay winning, surely. I can safely tear up and look for my big dragon and trust my teammate to not let us die. You play a minion? Give minions of its type in the tavern 2-2. Or sorry, 4-4 this game twice. So 8-8. Avenge 1, give your dragons 8-6. That's crazy. Is Time Warp's Pro better because they keep it? I think it is. Because the Fireforge Evoker thingy. I guess I'll just take that for funsies. Okay. Yo, thank you. I'm tearing up. Oh, this is so good to have. Okay. Okay, you get that. Damage equal to this minion's attack to the target and adjacent minion. Get rid of these because they're not dragons. This isn't a dragon either, but I want the gold thingy. Okay, Tark is like low-key kinda useless because of the poet, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, and we'll have so many tavern spells. Now we just need Fireforge Evoker and everyone will be slaying. It is a little sad. The only thing proccing the poet right now is Amber Guardian, but that's okay. Surely Firefwitch is just around the corner. Give your minions a Divine Shield, 6 attack. That's so good. All my guys have Divine Shield. Whoa, this looks crazy. Trigger all friendly death riddles twice, and you have 2 of them. Your beetles are gonna be crazy. Oh, they're only 20. They're less than 30-30. That's gonna scale like crazy, but at the moment, it's really not that bad to deal with. Maybe if we kill this guy before he gets his full build, like scaling, then we'll be saved. I do worry about what late game will look like for this guy. Also, they're both going beetle build, so I feel like they're kind of encroaching on each other's territory. It's slow AF scaling. Oh man, I wish I could look back. But it was like, those 2 like trigger death rattles, like double. I just sort of assumed that that would make the beetles so big. But maybe I'm just thinking of maybe I'm just thinking of like how good Leapfrogger was and how fast that was scaling. I low-key don't really want this. But at least it's doing something. Does this go double? All your dragons keep bonus keywords and double stats. No, it says, well, will this get quadruple stats or is it still double? Because if it's still double, then I can sell it. But if it's like quadruple, then I guess I'll keep it because that sounds nice. Ugh, I don't really want that. I don't really want any others. Oh, I should probably be buying spells. Goodbye. Goodbye. Well, bow. I want that. Bow. I've never seen such a big standalone annoying module. I hope they make it golden so it can go on something. You're going beetle as well? My goodness, 3 people are going beetles. This is kind of awesome. They're all gonna have to share the beetle cards, and then none of them are gonna be all that good. What are you? It's not what this has Divine Shield. Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. What are you? Get 2 Azurite Empowerments. Your minions 2/2 twice. Ooh, that sounds nice. Sounds nice for Fireforge. My goodness, so many volumizers. Look at them. I'll have a little dance party. Ouch! Can I safely tear up? I guess I can if the damage cap is 15. I don't have enough gold. What the? What do I sell? Bam, bam. Probably this. Oh man, I want this. Not worth freezing for, though. Man, this editing should take a while. Didn't sign up for this. What? Did it take so long? Aw. I'm sorry it takes so long. The friendly dragon attacks scary dragons 1/3. That is nice. Um, yeah, you can have Divine Shield. Sorry. Did not mean to punch my mic like that. Okay, how far in the video are you? Are you at the 20-minute mark yet? Surely right off the gate after after this combat, Fireforge Evoker will just be sitting glistening in my shop, and I'll buy it and I'll play all these spells, and then my little guys are gonna scale so good. And it'll be so awesome. Uh, the thing that's buffing my guys is pretty nice. Sheesh. Go, teammate. Oh, yeah. I was scared when I saw the Tark, but these Annoyo modules are just so beefy. It's so over for everyone else. I genuinely think we can get first place. We're already doing so good. And in theory, if I get Fireforged, then it'll just be even better. Oh, I do want that though. Hee. Oh, well, it's fine. Um, um. Okay, maybe this will have it. Oh, well, it's still quite lovely. Not exactly what I was looking for, but still quite lovely. Guess I should get rid of the spirit Jake, because not really avenging a lot of stuff. Hmm. Um, Wait, can I fit four more? Two, three, four, five, six. I can fit exactly four more. No way. Not very fine. She wants this 5 hour VOD condensed into a single 15 to 20-minute video. Wants me to die working on this. I guess I'm a little confused on how you're going about it then. I mean, that definitely would be really hard to like go through that much content. But what I do in DaVinci Resolve is like, you know how you see the audio track? I look for spots where the audio is like really loud, or like where the wave is like really big, if that makes sense. Because that usually means that like there's laughing going on or like screaming going on. That's usually like the interesting bits. And so I'll mark those parts, and then I'll see if they're funny moments. And if they are, I'll just like you know cut that little clip, and then I'll like move on to the next one. Like I personally would not watch all 5 hours. I would just skim through it and then just find the best moments. Bam, bam, bam. If that's the scope of it, I guess. I guess if it's like more of like a cohesive story and you're just like getting rid of filler, then I guess maybe you do have to watch the whole thing. And I really don't know how you make that easier. That just kind of sucks. 2.5 minutes into the video at this point. She just started the game? I'm taking peeks at the waveform. Problem is she talks so quiet. Oh, you can make it bigger. Like you can drag the waves up if you're like having trouble hearing. Call me in the morning to apologize. Where's my fire forged? Ugh. Ugh. Please. Please, 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 please. We're gonna win without me even getting the nice payoff, which is fine. I mean, a win is a win. But I would just personally prefer if I got to see it being really cool. Oh, man. Ugh, whatever. It's fine. It's fine, and I didn't even care that much. My build is not good. My teammates just going crazy sicko mode. Bam, 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 bam. Ugh. She has two audio tracks. So far, I've done nothing. I don't know what she has them for. I don't know if I need to keep them in. Visual Clutter Simulator. Oh. I thought just like when you download a VOD, it just like has the one audio track. It's like, the audio of the VOD. I don't I don't know what two audio tracks would be for. Maybe one is the game and like one is her talking. Maybe she has a split. I didn't know you could do that. So glad I'm not a content creator myself because I'd tear my hair out if I had to edit my own bullshit. Yeah, that's why I low-key do not have that many YouTube videos. I'm trying to get better though, because I know that's how you grow. It just mm, my problem isn't like the amount of time it takes necessarily. I guess that's a little bit of it. But I think my biggest issue is I don't know it's like funny enough to be its own little video. So I don't know. Are you sure they want you to fill their hands? Um, 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 um. Surely, surely they're chill with it. Look, man, I really wish I got the fire footage, but that's okay. Good to end on a win. Oh my goodness, and now we charged up enough luck that surely this will get something good. I wish I could like see the oh here we go. That is really pretty. That's really pretty. Here's a card back. Wait, these are all really pretty. I quite like this card art style. I hope I get one of the pretty cards. That's nice as well. She has 6 total audio tracks. One of them is voice, 2 of them are voice backups. One is game audio, the other 2 have just been empty. Yippee, a card back! That is very pretty. I quite like that. But yeah, that's crazy. I feel like that'd be really nice for some certain editing situations, but yeah, I just have one audio track. I didn't know she was professional like that. You control an aura. Deal 3 damage to all enemies. My goodness. Aura maxing. Um extra. Ooh, I don't have extra. I guess that's good. No notifications in my house. Look, I miss him. I miss him so bad. Where's Skelecron? Skelecron neutral? Is it not neutral? Oh, it's a hero. I forgot. Look, beautiful. Those are my 2 favorite decks that I ever played. Wow. Pretty awesome, huh? Yeah, not to flex, but I've got some cute card backs. I like this one. I like the food ones. I don't really get to see my card packs that much. Because I, I just play Battlegrounds. Haven't played a normal game in quite some time. Penny, 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 penny. Okay. That was awesome. That was awesome. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you all. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. I quite like Hearthstone. It was a good time. Um, 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 I'll be live again not tomorrow. Tomorrow is my day off. I'll be doing judo tomorrow. But I'll be live again on Thursday to play Terraria Master Mode with 2 friends. So, if you're into that, I would love to see you there. Let's trade someone awesome. Ooh, Bee's live. Let's trade B. She's doing some art. She's doing some art. We love supporting artists. Thank you for stream queen. Oh my goodness, thank you for hanging out. Thank you so much. Oh, and thank you for the thank you for the hydrate and stretch carrot. Yeah, but stream Thursday. The next bracket of the Sexy Man tournament is up. If you if you're interested, it's the semifinals. So whoever wins this one, it's Nagito from Danganronpa versus Scylla from Epic the Musical. Whoever wins the vote between those two is gonna go against Colonel Sanders in the final. Pretty exciting stuff. But yeah, yeah, it's been fun. I hope you had a good time. Oh, I drink water. I did not stretch. Hold on. Yippee! Yeah, thank you all. Thank you all. Here's a raid message. Here's a sub raid message if you're subbed. And I hope you have a great rest of your day. Make sure you drink enough water and eat enough protein and get enough sleep and make good choices. And it's Year of the Horse, so maybe do something horse related, like eat an apple, gallop. I don't know, something like that. But anyway, goodbye.